Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. Ready for the jury?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin has a matter he wishes to address with the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. We are discussing with Mr. Murdaugh his right to testify or not testify. And one of the issues that has come up is the scope of cross-examination that the state would be permitted to go into should he testify. And the basic rule is when the defendant takes a stand, he waives his Fifth Amendment privilege as to matters to which he testifies on direct and relevant matters subject to cross-examination. Your Honor has let in, over our objection, evidence under 404B of financial misconduct, and what we're asking is for an order excluding the state from being able to question Mr. Murdaugh on cross-examination matters related to the financial crimes that's been put before the court under Rule 404B if we don't testify about those on direct examination. We need a ruling from the court at some point in time today before tomorrow. We're not putting them up today, but we're asking that we be able to advise him of what the state will be permitted to go into on cross-examination should he choose to testify, in order for us to adequately advise him and for him to adequately waive his right and his Fifth Amendment privilege and testify or not. And that's what we're asking.
Would you like for me to review with him at this time his right to testify or not testify?
Not at this point in time, Your Honor. We have to, we're trying to get a understanding from the court as to the parameters of the waiver of the privilege. Is he waiving, if he testifies about the murders, is he then subject to cross-examination about the financial crimes? That's what we're asking.
All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. First of all, obviously the general rule is that cross is generally wide open, and that goes for a defendant who testifies. Your Honor, Rule 611B on the scope of cross-examination expressly says that a witness may be cross-examined on any matter relevant to any issue in the case. And of course, Your Honor has ruled through 404 and 403 the financial matters independently relevant. But the rule goes on to further say, including credibility. So even if that had not happened, these matters, which go right to the heart of the credibility and frankly the extensive dishonesty of this defendant, would be relevant if he took the stand anyway, regardless of the 404. So independently under that rule of the credibility aspect, it would be admissible under Rule 611B. But again, Your Honor has ruled these matters as relevant in the case, and so they're clearly within the scope of cross. Your Honor, citing State v. Gilbert and Gleaton, 273 SC 690, they said right there, as I think the defense recognized, when the accused takes the stand on his own behalf, he waives his privilege against compulsory self-incrimination and must answer all proper questions. Your Honor, Taylor v. State, which I believe may have been overruled on other grounds, but 258 SC 369, when the appellant elected to testify, he waived his right against self-incrimination and became subject to cross-examination like any other witness. And then finally, citing the U.S. Supreme Court, Brown v. U.S. 356 U.S. 148, it says, it's talking about a defendant in a criminal case. It says if he takes the stand and testifies in his own defense, his credibility may be impeached and his testimony assailed like any other witness, and the breadth of his waiver is determined by the scope of relevant cross-examination. He has no right to set forth to the jury all the facts which tend in his favor without lying himself open to a cross-examination on those facts. Those are the general and well-established rules, Your Honor, and they're particularly relevant in this case, and so we believe that those financial matters would be well within the scope of this particular matter and authorized by the rules in the case law.
Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, with regard to credibility, I mean, the rules are pretty strict as to what evidence of criminal conduct can be used to impeach a witness's credibility, and there are limited to convictions. And that's Rule 609. Your Honor has let the financial evidence in under theory of motive, and you've done a 403 weighing test. And Your Honor, I think when you get to cross-examination of a defendant, I think Your Honor has discretion under Rule 403 to prohibit the state from further inquiry, in this case, on the financial evidence, which they contend is a motivating factor for the crimes. And that's, and so the Brown v. U.S. and all the, I don't disagree that that's the black letter law, but the question is, what's the scope of cross-examination? And here he's charged with murder. He's not charged with financial crimes. He's charged with murder. And we're asking the court to limit the waiver of his Fifth Amendment privilege to the murder charges.
Yes, sir.
Again, moving back to 607, of course, the credibility of the witness may be attacked by any party. 608B allows examination, a cross-examination of a witness concerning their aspects of truthfulness and untruthfulness, which this clearly goes to, as well as 608C, which talks about bias, prejudice, and any motive to misrepresent. And again, we're not just talking about purely dishonesty and credibility, which I think is alone more than enough. We're also talking about examination on issues that are specifically relevant to this particular case based on the 404 ruling.
Rule 607, Rule 608, particularly the portion of 608, see evidence of bias, prejudice, or any motive to misrepresent may be shown to impeach the witness, either by examination of the witness or by evidence otherwise adduced. Rule 611 and 609 also addresses the issue. I am not going to issue an order in advance limiting the scope of cross-examination. Any objectionable matter must be addressed as the evidence is presented and not based on any advance ruling by the court.
Your Honor, the request for the ruling is not an evidentiary ruling. It's the scope of his privilege. And so would he be permitted to assert the Fifth, for example, if they're permitted to ask questions such as they intend to on cross? And that's...
I can't give you any advisory opinions about the evidence and the scope of cross-examination, the scope of his privilege. I'm willing to review with him the scope of his privilege against self-incrimination, if that's what you're referring to.
We will certainly need to have that colloquy at some point at the end of the day, perhaps. But
for the court to issue some blanket order limiting the scope of cross-examination, that's unheard of to me.
Again, Your Honor, I'm not, the question is the scope of the waiver of his privilege when he gets on that witness stand. That's what we're asking for, not an evidentiary ruling.
Well, Mr. Waters has some cases there that I assume he'd like for me to look at, and and if you do, I'd be happy to look at what you have as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jury.
jury is present, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Madam Forelady, how's the jury doing? Doing great. Well, that's great news. Well, we're now in day number 22, the defense's case. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Mark Ball.
You swear affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat on the stand. Please adjust that microphone so you can speak into it. You'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Mark Ball, B-A-L-L.
Mr. Ball, will you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where are you from? What do you do?
I'm a lawyer in Hampton. I practice with the Parker Law Group now. I've lived in Hampton for 20-plus years. I now live in Rum Gully here in Colleton County. Have for about 8 years, 9 years. I practice mostly
How
civil
long
law.
have you been a lawyer?
33 years.
Okay. And where were you born and raised?
In Ballantine, South Carolina, up above Columbia, about 20 miles.
And when did you move down to this part of the state?
I started with the law firm 34 years ago. I moved down. I was a law clerk at first and have never left since 1988.
Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
How long have you known him?
34 years.
And did you practice law together?
We did, about 20-something.
Did you become personal friends of his?
Yes. I mean,
And were your family friends with his family?
yes. Our children grew up together, as did everybody in the firm.
And your wife, Lisa, would she become good friends with Maggie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the, you remember the evening of June the 7th,
I do very well.
2021?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn about the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul?
It was about 10:30, and one of my partners, Ronnie Crosby, tried to call my phone, and before I could get to it, he called my wife's phone, and she handed it. He said, hand mark the phone, and he said Maggie and Paul had been shot and get over there. And so I scrambled and got over there. I live about 8 or 10 miles from there. I live over in Rum Gully, and that's Moselle.
And why did you go over there?
To find out what was going on, to see what I mean, we're out in the middle of nowhere, and somebody calls you and says your law partner's wife and child have been shot. You go. I mean,
And who did you go with?
I went with my wife Lisa.
And when you got there, who was on the scene? Do you recall?
Yeah, I came in by the cabin, what's referred to as the cabin side of it, and there was a ambulance was pulled up next to what I would call the hangar building. It was pulled up there, and then Barry McRoy's vehicle, he drives a SUV of some type, and then there was a police car pulled off to the right-hand side, probably 50 yards before you get to them, and I pulled in right behind them on the left-hand or the right-hand side of the driveway coming in, and then walked over.
Will you remind the jury who Barry McCoy is?
Barry McRoy is the chief of the fire and rescue here in Colleton County.
So when you arrived, I think so Barry McCoy was present?
He was there. He was standing there speaking with a deputy, and there were 2 EMT paramedics standing over near their ambulance.
And when you pulled into the, I guess the lower driveway by the cabin, had any roadblocks or barriers been put up to stop cars from coming in there?
None. I got there about 10:50, 10:52, something like that.
Did you have a conversation with any law enforcement officers about the need to block the entrance?
I did eventually. I was talking to Barry about, I had found out just before I got there, somebody had called me, and they work with sort of the maintenance side of fire and rescue, and they had come across the radio that there were 2 dead. So I suspected that Paul and Maggie had passed away. So when I got there, I was talking to Barry and asking him some questions. I could see Randy kind of through the alleyway between the dog kennel and the sort of wing shed that comes off of the hangar. And then Buddy Hill, the sheriff, came over, and then I spoke with him.
And did you talk about the need to block the entrance into the Moselle property off Moselle Road?
We did just briefly. He said, I need to get this blocked off. And I think he took a phone call or something. And I walked back to tell my wife what was going on. And I saw another deputy coming in, so I walked out to the head of the road there, and I said, I think the sheriff wants this blocked off. And then I walked back to where Barry McRoy was. And then
Did that entrance get blocked off?
No.
What happened?
People just kept piling in. I mean, it was just more and more people kept showing up.
Roughly how many cars do you think piled in?
I don't know, because shortly thereafter I walked around to the other side, but there were a good many. When I walked back over there an hour and a half later, there were a good many cars over there.
And when you say you walked around the other side, I don't think we need a diagram, but just tell the jury what you're talking about.
Well, there's a dog pen. From where I was standing, the dog pen would be to the left. The aircraft hangar with 2 wing sheds coming off of it would be directly in front of me. There's a skinning shed that would be to the far right, and then directly across from the hangar shed, probably 50 or 60, 75 yards, would be another storage shed, equipment shed. And so I walked down almost to where the skinning shed was, and then back around in front of the far shed, the equipment shed.
So you did not walk directly between the shed and the kennels?
No, sir.
You walked around the shed?
Correct.
Before you walked around the shed, did you stand and observe what was happening within the taped off area?
I did. I mean, people were walking between the dog pen, and the law enforcement and responders had walked between the 2 areas, the wing shed and the dog kennel, and I could see where Paul was, but he was covered up. Barry had covered him up.
And what was the weather?
It was misty. It wasn't really raining, but it was one of those kind of foggy days or nights that it's more than just a fog. You get wet. And eventually it got where it would drizzle off and on, and later on it didn't rain hard, but it would intermittently sprinkle in that kind of floating heavy fog.
Did you make any observations about water coming off the roof of the kennels?
I did later on when I got around to that side.
Okay, and what observations did you make?
Eventually the water was running off. That dog kennel is built with a small cantilever on the front of it, and then a longer part off the back, and water was dripping off of the front of the shed where Paul was.
Was water landing on Paul?
It was.
And could you see where the water would then accumulate after it landed on Paul?
It would drain off. There's a cement apron right there in the front of that feed room, and there was water there. There was water in the gravel to some degree. The grass was wet. I mean, it wasn't raining so hard that you couldn't just stand there without an umbrella, but it was drizzling enough that you were getting wet.
And the fact
grass
that
was
you
wet.
observed water dripping off the roof onto Paul's body, did that concern you?
It did. It did.
Why?
Well, one, I didn't think that, you know, it's a crime scene. You don't want just water dripping all over the place. But more importantly, I thought it was pretty disrespectful. I mean, Paul was a good young man, and I, quite frankly, it just pissed me off.
I understand. Did you have a conversation with anyone about trying to prevent that?
I don't think I did about that aspect of it, but it was, I just thought that they should have put a tarp or something. I mean, just out of respect.
Right.
They eventually did with Maggie put what I would call a tailgating tent, very similar to the media tents that are out front, those little lightweight, and they put that over Maggie.
Right.
To my knowledge, they never did over Paul, at least while I was there.
When you walked around the shed to get on the other side, who was on the other side?
Well, I could see through the alleyway between the dog kennels and that wing shed coming off of, if you were standing in front of the aircraft hangar, it'd be the right-hand side where Maggie was. I could see Randy over there and Alec. Alec much more infrequently, but Randy was on the phone walking and I could see him. And I think he and I got there about the same time. He had come through the main gate.
When you got up, what did you get up to greet Alec?
I did. When I walked around, Alec met me about halfway where that equipment shed is. Alec came, as soon as he saw me coming up through there, he met me about halfway in front of that shed and just went to pieces. He's Alec's 6'4", 6'5", whatever he is, and I'm 5'9". He pretty well smothers you when he hugs you. And
What was his demeanor?
He was devastated. I mean, he was crying. He was, I mean, just beside himself. And I told him we'd get through it. And he, go ahead.
Yeah, eventually did SLED arrived on the scene?
He did, but while Alec was
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
kind of, you know, I'm trying to console him and patting him on the back, and, you know, he said, look at what they did, look at what they did to them. I mean, just right off the bat.
So during that initial encounter with Alec, he referred to they, look what they did, is that correct?
Yeah, they, which I didn't really think about at the time until I was taking my wife home. I just thought it was an odd comment.
The SLED arrived sometime later?
They did.
Do you remember about how long after your initial arrival SLED got on the scene?
I think they came kind of in, you know, because I'm sure they were coming from various locations, but they were there probably within an hour and a half of me being there.
And by the time SLED arrived, were there other members from your law firm and family members out on the property where you were standing?
There were. By the time SLED got there, pretty much all the lawyers in the firm, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3, one of them had small children, and one got forgotten, and pretty much everybody that was a lawyer was there. And family members, all of Alec's family was there.
Were you directed to leave the area when SLED started processing the crime scene?
Eventually we were. The coroner came over, Rich Harvey, came over and said SLED was there. They were ready to start processing the scene. He said, y'all need to, you know, go over to the house, and I said, are you sure about that? And he said, yeah. And I said, are you sure it's okay for us to go to the house? And he walked back over and asked somebody and came back and said, yeah. And I said,
did you have any concerns going to the house?
I did.
What were your concerns?
Well, it's twofold. One, you know, this is a pretty big farm, and I don't know who's over there. 2 people have been gunned down, and, is it safe? So safety's one concern, and the other is that part of what went on here? And so where's the crime scene start and stop?
And when you got to the house, did it appear that the house had been searched and cleared in any form or fashion?
I didn't see any signs of that, but I'm not a criminologist, I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a defense lawyer, but it looked like just a regular house.
Okay. But before you go to the house, did you have any conversations with law enforcement about, your knowledge of Paul receiving threats?
Yeah, I had asked, when I was standing where I had driven up, Buddy Hill had come over there, and he asked me if I knew, because I know Sheriff Hill, and he asked if I had any idea of who might want to do this, and I said, not really. And he said, do you know of any threats? And I said, I know Paul had gotten, since the boat wreck, that he had gotten several, threats and just people cranking off from all over the place, not necessarily local, but from everywhere. And I would hear it from, Alex from time to time, and different stuff. And so I told him that.
Did when you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you spoken to Alex?
I had not at that point. I hadn't gotten over to him.
When you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you listened to the 911 call?
No, sir.
That thought of threats, was that an independent thought of yours?
Well, it was response to a question
Right.
from Sheriff Hill.
And your thought process was about the boating accident?
Well, that was the only threat that I knew of that Paul had ever encountered.
Right. When, do you remember who went to the house when you went into the Moselle residence?
Yeah.
Who was with you?
Well, I probably can't name them all. I'll probably leave somebody off, but it was myself, Ronnie Crosby, Lee Cope, Austin Crosby, Neil, Alger, Randy Murdaugh, Alec.
Had Buster gotten there yet?
Buster had gotten there, I believe, but I'm not sure. He and Brooklyn, I remember when they came up, but I can't tell you whether it was over before we left over there. It seems to me that they drove up at the house, but I can't tell you for certain. And then there was Corey Fleming and Chris Wilson showed up, Lynn, John Marvin, just a host of people. Greg Alexander, chief of police in the embassy, who's a friend of theirs, showed up. There were
A lot of people in that house.
a lot of people.
What did you observe of the condition of the house?
When we came in the door, we obviously went to the den, and we're standing around. The den and the kitchen in that house are connected, and there were pots on the stove, so Lee Cope and myself and I think Austin got the pots. I think I set something in the sink, and they stuck some in the refrigerator.
But when you entered the house, it looked like there was food out that had been prepared for dinner?
There was food on the stove, yeah.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing any plates, but somebody else could have picked them up. I wouldn't.
But were folks cleaning up?
Sure.
And what time of day was this?
It was probably 1:30 or 2 in the morning.
Do you remember what time you left the Moselle residence on that night, early morning?
I probably left at 3:30 or 4. I left when Alec was leaving.
When did you go back to the property?
I had a deposition the next morning, and I ended up having to take it, and then I got out there about 11, I guess.
And was Alec there when you got there?
I went over to the dog pen over that way. I had gotten a call that morning about 8 o'clock from Randy, 8 or 8:15, and John had gone over there trying to clean up and couldn't do it. I mean, emotionally, and
Right.
Randy had asked me if I could see about finding somebody to come clean it up, or did I know anybody? And I called the coroner's office to find out if they had people that did that type of work or knew of people that did that type of work. And ultimately, the coroner called me back and gave me the names of 2 companies, and
Okay.
I gave those to Lee, and he started trying to run them down.
Okay. I inadvertently skipped over something on my outline. When you were at the house before you left, so you left about 3:30 in the morning or so, were you there when SLED agents came up and took custody of Alex's clothes that he was wearing?
I was. They knocked on the door. Somebody answered the door. For some reason, I got up and walked over there, and they said they needed his clothes and to, I think, swab his hands. I walked back over. Alec had been sitting next to me on the couch. There's 2 couches in the den that sort of face each other, and then 2 chairs that are headed towards the kitchen. He was sitting on the far couch, and I walked back over and I said, Alec, they need your clothes. Can you step back here with these folks? And it was a male and a female.
Okay. Well, before we go any further, let me ask you, were your clothes wet or dry when you were sitting on the couch?
They were pretty wet. They weren't soaked, but they were uncomfortably damp.
And do you recall whether Alex's clothes were damp as well?
I would assume they are. I didn't reach over
And did you see how the clothes were, I guess, collected? Were they put on a hanger, wrapped up carefully, or what happened?
The male went into what Alec's bedroom, at least I'm assuming that's Alec's bedroom, and he came back out, and then I saw Alec just kind of, the female agent or officer was holding the bag, and Alec dropped him in.
Okay. There was one bag, multiple bags?
I thought it was one, but I couldn't tell you whether it was 1 or 2 or 3.
All right. Went down, now I'm jumping back to where we were on the morning of June the 8th. After you got out of your deposition, did you go to the property?
I did.
And you went down to the kennels?
I did. I drove over there.
Had the crime scene been released?
It had been released, and because I asked Randy that morning, he said, yeah, they've released it when John was down there.
And what'd you do?
I just wandered around. There was a SLED agent there. I think at some point Duffy Stone and Sean, his deputy, Thornton, was there, and I think one of their investigators, they were over inside the hangar, and there was a SLED agent. At least I'm presuming he was a SLED agent, and I don't know who he was. It wasn't any of the ones that were working the case that I came to find out that were working the case later on that I can remember. And I looked around at different things.
Did you look in the feed room?
I did.
What did you see in the feed room?
Well, by that time, I think Ronnie had either come up or was over there.
Ronnie
Crosby.
Your law partner.
And I think Lee Cope was there as well, but I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure. And I was looking in the feed room, and you could see, you know, obviously there was still a pretty raw scene. And there were
there still remains of Paul in the feed room that had not been collected?
At first, I didn't see it. I saw shot, you know, on the floor, steel shot on the floor, number 2. Steel
shot, you mean pellets from a...
Yeah, like bird shot, except it was number 2, steel.
Okay, and you saw that in the feed room?
It was all over everything. It was on the floor, it was on the shelves, it was various places.
Okay.
And then I got to looking around, and there was you could see where a piece of buckshot had gone through, and you could see where it had knocked out, you know, or shot through twice where the window was, or is. 2 had gone through that. There was some plastic crates or something, and you could see where one of the shot had gone through and had embedded in the window frame right there, the molding. And then there was a piece of buckshot laying on the ledge of the windowsill.
What did you do when you observed the shots?
I walked back out and asked what I thought was the agent, And
What was the agent?
he said, "We've got all we need." And so I walked back over there and looked around, and then looking around down on around the floor and all that, it just, there was a piece of Paul's skull about the size of a baseball laying there.
Did that upset you?
It did, very much. I mean, it just really infuriated me. And I don't know who I was supposed to be mad at, but it just infuriated me that this young man had been murdered and there were still his remains there. And there was a large blood spot and tissue out right off of the apron of that area right outside the feed room that was there. And it's kind of like walking across a grave. You just, it's one of those things you just don't do.
Right. After you spent time down at the kennel area, what'd you do next?
I ended up going back to the house, and I remember Terry Brandstetter, Maggie's daddy, was there, and several other people, and I spoke to them and went in the house, and eventually went towards where the gun room was that afternoon.
Did SLED agents come up to search the house while you were present?
They did. They
And I think the jury's seen a video of it. We don't need to play it, but were you present in the gun room?
I was. I think they probably 2:30 or 3 o'clock, something like that. They showed up, and I had a discussion with that same agent. And I'm assuming it's a SLED agent. It could have been a sheriff's deputy, but I made the assumption that it was a SLED agent over at the kennels and the hangar. About, I asked if they'd figured out what kind of gun it was, and at that time I didn't know. I assumed it was a 223 based on the night before. Barry McRoy had said that he thought it was some type of assault rifle, and I just immediately kind of went there, and that agent had said that it was a three something, and I said a 300 blackout, and he said yeah, and I said, well, there's one over there in the gun rack, and he said no, there's not. And apparently SLED had been there sometime that morning or whatever. He said they already checked, there's not one over there, and I said yes there is. And so later on when they got there, there was one there.
So, and you located it for SLED?
Yeah.
The night, early morning hours, 2 or 3 o'clock before you left, had you seen the gun room?
I had.
Were there guns on the pool table and whatnot?
I walked in there, the door was shut, I think the door was shut between it and the sort of a transition hall. You go through there, and then there was a bathroom, and then where the freezers were, and then it exits out onto the porch. And then straight ahead would be, I guess in the original house plans, would have been a garage, but it was kind of a den game room that Alec had turned into a recreation/gun room, and large room. And I walked in there, and there were 3 shotguns on the table, pool table.
Right.
And some other stuff, some shells and stuff. And
when you went back the next day, the 8th, daylight hours, early afternoon, it looked like things had been put up.
they had been put up. There were no guns on the table. There were no shells, no nothing there. And so I asked what happened to that. And I was told that the maid had put them up. And so I went and asked her.
Was it Blanca?
And yeah, I went to Blanca, and she said, yeah, I was told to clean up the room. And so I put them up and put them in the rack.
And did you point out to the SLED agents the guns that were on the table that you thought you'd seen the night before?
I didn't point out the guns. I told them that there had been guns there.
When you're on the property on the, I guess the morning on the 8th at some point in time, you observed an employee that had been working on the property for Alex, individual by the name of C.B. Rowe.
I did.
And did you take pictures of his vehicle for some reason?
I took pictures of a vehicle. I didn't know whose vehicle it was. There was a vehicle that had pulled up underneath of the, again, if you were standing in front of the hangar where the big door is, it would have been to the right. And there was a truck that had pulled up in there and it didn't have a license tag on it. And when I walked by it, there was a jug of Clorox and I can't remember what else was in there, but it was a jug of Clorox, and I just thought that was odd.
Where was the Clorox?
It was in the bed of the truck.
Okay.
And I took a couple of pictures of it and turned them over to SLED.
And why did you take pictures?
It just looked odd. You know, two people had gotten killed, and you know, there's Clorox around.
Okay. There's been I won't make a statement. Did you see any coolers on the property down there?
I did.
Where did you see a cooler?
When I walked around the bottom part near between the skin and shed and the hangar and the other shed, there was a open cooler there, or looked like a Yeti style cooler, and I can't tell you whether it's a Yeti or not, but it was one of those thicker coolers, and there was probably a dozen beer cans around it that night, and the next day when I walked by it, it was still there.
Okay.
I just thought it, with all the people and the hoopla that had gone on, that it didn't look very good.
Okay. Did you, I mean, was that the only thing that stood out about the cooler, the beer cans around?
The beer cans, yeah. Looked like somebody had unloaded a boat or something,
Right.
and just kind of thrown them out of the boat and forgot about them and left it.
Did, what kind of law do you practice?
Civil,
Okay. Plaintiffs, defense?
mostly plaintiffs. Occasionally I'll defend a, small business or a farmer or something like that, but
Right.
for the most part, it's all
during the-
plaintiffs.
Course of your practice, have you had experience with getting cell phone records of, parties to find out information?
I have. It's pretty regular now. I mean, just about every defense lawyer asks and every plaintiff's lawyer asks, because so many people are texting and talking on the phone when they rear end somebody or crash into somebody or whatever, and you want to know if you ask them, were you on the phone, and they say no, and it shows up on the bill, then they probably were on the phone.
And as, part of your, I guess, concern about Maggie and Paul and Alex, did you pull his cell phone records?
Well, I was asked to pull them, and yeah, we provided them to both SLED and to your office, I believe,
Right.
for Alex cell phone records.
And if you're trying to get information from an opposing party or something about cell phone records, are the records more reliable than the actual handheld phone device?
Objection, Your Honor.
In your experience?
401, 402.
Did you hear the objection?
I
As a lawyer, then you don't respond until the court rules. Response to the objection.
There's been testimony about deleted call logs, Your Honor, and this addresses that issue.
Anything further? Objection's overruled.
I don't know that aspect of it. That's a technical. I get the records because they're more accessible than getting a download and going through the. There are cases that you may want to get a download, but the run-of-the-mill cases with truck wrecks and stuff, the records of the cell phone call records tend to answer the question that I'm asking.
You've known Alec for 30 plus years?
Yes, sir.
You recognize his voice?
Yes, sir.
And I think at one point in time, were you asked to identify his voice on a video of down at the kennel?
Yes, sir.
And did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And you determined it was Alex's voice?
Alec and Maggie and Paul.
And you told that to slip.
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to a tape that's been played in this courtroom about whether Alex said, I did him so bad or they did him so bad?
Objection. 401, 402, and beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge.
Objection overruled.
I was sent a snippet and asked the question
Okay.
what it was, and
Hang on, I'm not getting your response. So let's, Your Honor, we'd like to play the snippet from State's Exhibit 153 for this witness.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I would object. I believe that this witness was not present for this conversation, and again, would object under 401 and 402 in relevance to his commentary on that particular exhibit.
Objection overruled.
And sitting there talking today is tough. It's just so bad. It's so bad.
sounds like they to me.
Right.
I played the snippet multiple times,
And is it consistent with what he told you that the night of the murders?
it is.
You remember in, I think February 2019, that Paul Murdaugh was involved in a boating accident.
I do.
And you're aware that he was criminally charged.
I am.
And then Alec, and I believe Buster, were civilly sued.
Yes, sir.
And did you work on the case formally?
Not formally, no. I was about to get in after the murders, along with several other partners.
Did leading up to the murders, did you have conversations with Alec about civil case and the criminal case?
I did about the civil case to begin with, and then when the charges came out, I talked with Deanne Randolph.
What was Alex, or if you know, what he expressed to you his priority between the two matters was?
Well, obviously the criminal matter was much more pressing for him.
And in your conversations with him, did you gain an understanding of his concern about the civil case?
Yeah, somewhat.
And
But it,
how concerning was the civil case?
well, I mean, obviously, anytime you get sued, you've got to be concerned about it. And, you know, it was the whole boating accident as a whole was very negative towards him, towards Paul, and the entire family, or his entire family. And so, you know, it was obviously it wasn't a nothing, but at the same time, I read the complaint. Several partners in lawyers in my firm read the complaint, and at the time that he was sued, the causes of action against Alec were drafted probably to try to get as much insurance coverage as they could, which is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. You're looking for coverage. You don't want to make allegations that get you out of coverage, and it was very vanilla against him. And the allegations against Alec were that I sort of referred to him, and others did as well, as sort of bad parenting. You had a adult child that the allegation was that you allowed him to go out and drink, and when you're 18, you pretty much get to do what you want, and you've reached your majority. And so I thought it was very defensible as to those causes of action at that time, or that cause of action.
Sure.
And I think he did too, but I don't know what he thought.
Right. Did it, some point in time, Alec, was he forced to resign from the firm?
He was. September
And,
the 3rd.
What day was it?
September the 3rd.
And after that, did you have an opportunity to look in his office?
I did. He resigned on the 3rd. Then there was the incident on the 4th. And I left the scene over there on Old Salkehatchie and went by the office. And I'd also been in his office on Friday after he resigned.
When you were in his office, did you find any paperwork that looked like he had been working on for the boating case?
Not until the 5th.
Okay, and what paperwork did you find on the 5th?
The 5th, I went in and started really, because we have an obligation to those clients that he was representing, and I didn't want files just laying around. This was Labor Day weekend, all this hoopla and emotion of, you know, the murders, the issues with Alec leaving the firm, and then that Saturday. And so that Sunday I went in to the office and went to his office and started going through to make sure that any client files were put over in stack, you know, over there. And as I was going through, I found checks that he had deposited with his telephone that were some of the funds that sort of started all this mess with the Ferris case. They were laying, one was on his top of his desk, one was in a drawer. I pulled out one of the drawers and there was a tablet, a legal tablet, that had numbers written down on it as far as debts and assets and, you know, just kind of the scribblings of kind of what you owe and what you've got.
Would it be something that you would normally see on a net worth statement?
It would be the same information. When I think of a net worth statement, I think of the form that a bank sends you.
Right.
But yeah, it obviously, he was listing what he had and what he owed.
Is it something, the type of format you've seen in civil litigation where a defendant's required to produce net worth?
Not in the same form, but the same information.
I skipped another topic. After Maggie and Paul's death, did you collect her jewelry?
I did. I got a call on the Wednesday, I believe, after the murders on Monday from the coroner. His wife and my wife had worked as surgical nurses at Hampton Hospital together, and then my wife ended up being the supervisor over that area. And so I knew them very well, and I'd known Rich for 30 years. He called and said that Lori had cleaned up the jewelry, and, you know, whenever Alec wanted it, and I said, well, I'll come get it. And so I met him, Ronnie Crosby, and I came over to his office and picked it up, signed for it, and I carried it back to the house.
And within the jewelry, do you remember the wedding ring and wedding bands and other jewelry?
There were rings, I can't tell you. I didn't, there was, the thing that sticks out to me was she had a diamond bracelet on, and it was in pieces. And he said he tried to find all the pieces, but there was still some missing.
Okay.
But I wasn't paying attention so much to, it just didn't feel right looking and snooping around in somebody else's stuff.
Knowing Alec for 30 years, do you develop an assessment of his relationship with his family, Maggie, Paul, and Buster?
Well, I'll tell you this. The person I thought I knew loved his family, or appeared to love his family very much. He'd take their calls, he'd do all of those things. After, you know, September the 3rd, I'm not sure I know that person. And so, but he always seemed to be devoted to everything. Their ball games, he would aggravate the hell out of me when you'd be in a deposition and they would call and he'd answer it, and, you know, you'd be in a meeting or whatever, and he always took their calls. Whereas my wife and my children never called me unless it was a true emergency. And Alec took their calls, whether it was they needed, a gallon of milk, or, they had something important to tell him. I mean, he always took their calls.
And did you see them together frequently?
I did. They went places. You'd see pictures of them. I think Maggie was a pretty prolific Facebook, text, whatever. I'm not on any social media, but my daughter or my wife would show me pictures of where they had been, or ball games, different things like that. I never saw anything that indicated to me that there was anything out of the way with any of the relationships, including the drug stuff. I had no.
Yeah, let me ask you, were you aware that he had an opioid addiction?
None.
And were any of the partners aware that he had opioid?
None to my knowledge. I mean, that was not a subject matter that ever came up. I mean, it was, and Paul, I think, has been sort of demonized by this whole affair, and it's just not fair. I mean, Paul, it's like a lot of young people I know, they kind of are trying to find where the fence is. Sometimes they get, going a little fast and, blow through some things, but Paul was a good kid. He was always polite to me. I never had one single solitary issue with him at all. And I knew he had done some things, that most kids, are mischievous do, and on at least one occasion I went to Alec and told him that I thought Paul needed to be throttled back a little bit, that I saw some videos of him driving fast. And I don't know what Alec did, but that was, our firm was very much of a family. I mean, if you were a member of our firm, and it didn't matter whether you were a lawyer or one of our folks, I mean, our staff is family as well, and if they have a problem, we all have a problem. And so we look out for each other, and we did. Unfortunately, Alec betrayed that when he stole the money. Sure. But the outward things that I saw of Alec with his kids and his wife were just that. I mean, they were what I observed. Nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors, but they seemed to enjoy each other's company.
All right. Thank you. Court's indulged. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Please, court.
Mr. Waters, could I steal one of your waters there?
Absolutely. There you go. He was pretty good at hiding who he really was, wasn't he?
Obviously.
You known him for 34 years?
I knew him for 34 years, or I have known him for 34 years.
Thought y'all were pretty good friends?
Thought so.
Interacted many times a week?
We had his son Buster and my daughter were in school all the way from kindergarten on, and I would see him at work early on. He didn't work for us immediately when he came out of law school. He worked for Jim Moss and Kuhn, and then he came to us about 5 or 6 years after that.
But you shared a business with him for how long?
Probably 20 some odd years.
He was your partner?
He was a partner.
You trusted him?
You have to, and I did.
And outwardly, to your appearance, he was a good lawyer, he was a partner to you, he was someone you could trust and rely on, wasn't he?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Outwardly, from what you observed.
Yes, sir.
He was a good partner, he was a good lawyer, he was someone in part of your business, somebody that you could trust and rely on. Is that true?
Yes, he was.
And outwardly, you thought that he had a good relationship with his family? Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you have just testified that you didn't really know this man, did you?
Obviously, I did not. I mean, had we known the things he was doing, we wouldn't have been law partners.
You were asked about the kennel video.
Yes, sir.
And you've had a chance to review that kennel video?
A couple of times.
And you and I have talked quite a few times, is that correct?
We have. I didn't see the kennel video until probably a month or two ago.
But you've reviewed it here recently, is that correct?
I have several times.
All right, and any doubt in your mind that Alex Murdaugh, Maggie, and Paul were on that kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, 2021?
None.
No doubt in your mind?
No doubt.
Do I need to play it for you again, or no doubt in your mind?
I played it all. I want to hear it.
Well, let's talk about that just a little bit. And we'll talk more in some detail, but I want to go ahead and cover this. You saw Alec the night of the murders,
I did.
and you knew Maggie very well, and you knew Paul very well.
I did.
And you went to the scene where Alec was, is that right?
I did.
And did you even ride with Alec or take Alec back over to the
I'm
house?
pretty sure he rode back over to the house. I think he and Randy, because their vehicles were impounded over there.
And did you eventually, as things started to move forward, sit down on the couch with him back at the house?
I did.
Fix yourself a liquor drink?
Probably a heavy one.
I get it. And did you talk to Alec about what he did that night?
I don't know whether it was, I know on the couch we talked, but I talked to him several times, including before the masses got there, as to trying to figure out, do you know anything? Do you have any idea who did this?
Because you were very concerned. You want to get to the bottom of this, right?
Well, for a lot of reasons.
For a lot of reasons. For the family, for what happened to Maggie and Paul, for the law firm, for all the people involved.
All of it. I mean, it's safety of, if it was something to do with him and the law practice, we didn't want somebody to show back up at the front door and harm our folks. We didn't want them to harm any of the other lawyers' families. If it was some person that was deranged, we just didn't know. I mean, this isn't an ordinary occurrence in your practice of law.
You thought you were his buddy, been partners for 34 years, y'all are sitting on the couch, is that right?
Like family.
And you start talking to him, is he responding to your questions appropriately?
He was.
Answering the correct subject matter?
He was. He was very upset, obviously.
Sure,
I mean,
but he was answering your questions, he wasn't unable to make sentences and
he
that
was.
sort of.
Yeah.
And did you talk to him about what he did that night?
Yeah.
And did he deny ever going down to those kennels to his buddy and law partner of 34 years?
He said that he ate dinner, laid down on the couch, took a nap, and then left to check on him.
And now you know that's not true from seeing the kennel video, right?
Dude,
And that wasn't the only time he told you that, is it?
no, at least 3 times.
At least 3 times. And this would be over the subsequent days,
Yes, sir.
subsequent conversations that you had with him?
Yes, sir.
And he was always clear that he never went down to those kennels after they ate dinner?
It was the same version of it, but it wasn't always just me.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. Who else was present at some of those conversations?
Well, I mean, there were other law partners, and I can't tell you exactly who all was there, but, I mean, I know on that Thursday following this, I heard him say it then.
Okay, and there were other law partners there?
Yes.
Were their family there?
I don't know whether they were in the room at the time or not. I just know there were law partners there.
Was Jim Griffin there?
I can't speak as to what, he was present on the property, but I don't know whether he was there.
And did Alec tell the same version of events, that he never went down to those kennels?
Yeah, he did, but I don't know whether Mr. Griffin was there. We were there before Mr. Griffin was there.
In his conversations with you, did he ever change his story about who he checked first at the scene, supposedly?
I've heard it both ways, and I don't know whether it's just I don't know whether it's just because of the trauma of the situation, but one time it was, the first time I remember, he checked Maggie first and then went to Paul, and then I heard him say at one point that it was Paul and then it was Maggie. It didn't really matter to me. It wasn't something I really was picking up on because it was horrendous either way. I mean, I can't imagine seeing my wife dead and my son dead in such a brutal manner. So I never put any real stock in that. But it did, it oscillated.
It did oscillate from what he was saying.
From the first time I heard it, but,
The story changed.
well, yeah, as to which was which.
Over the days following this event, this law firm, as you said, was like a family, right?
Was.
You thought you were very close to this men, just like you feel close to your other law partners and their families and the staff and everybody else.
It wasn't just the lawyers that felt that way. It was, I mean,
The
the funeral, the
paralegals.
paralegals were there.
Yeah.
The law firm shut down. They were also on, we had to go on a heightened alert. I contacted SLED about what we should be doing, because there was a statement that came out about there was no, they didn't know of any danger to the public, and we're left with trying to make sure that the 60 or 75 people that work with us are all safe and they go home to their families. And SLED responded. I called the lieutenant over here, and he called me back that evening, and was very helpful as far as trying to tell us. He said, I don't know of any specific threats, but here's some precautions, and I think what y'all are doing is the right thing. And they were helpful. But there was still that undertow of, who did this, and are they going to? And it just, people were just on edge all the time.
And you're not a criminal lawyer or prosecutor, I think you said.
I'm not.
But still a lawyer. And so you and your partners, including his brother Randy, were very focused on trying to figure out what happened here. What is wrong here, correct? What happened on June 7th, 2021,
Sure.
right? Very focused on that, were you not?
We were. I mean, it was taking a lot of time off.
But he was not, was he? You've
Yeah,
said
Mr.
that before, have you not?
I have said that, but I don't know, Mr. Waters, how I would respond if I'd lost, and I've told you the same thing. I don't know how you're supposed to react when you lose your wife and your child in such a brutal manner. But no, to answer your question, I didn't see him on the phone like I was trying to call clients and did you hear anything? Did you see anything? Those kinds of things. So, I mean, the answer is no, I didn't see him doing that. I wasn't around him all the time, but no, I did not.
And you've already testified that you and other law partners and family and staff were very concerned about potential threats because of what happened on June 7th. Is that right?
Very concerned.
And you thought it odd, though, that he was not concerned about any threats, even to Buster, correct?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. The night that this happened, I asked Alec where Buster was, and he said, we've gotten a hold of him, Brooklyn's bringing him. And I said, are you sure he's all right? And he said, yeah, he's riding with Brooklyn. And I said, you think he needs any protection or something along those lines? I don't know that it was exactly those words. And he said, he'll be here in a little while, he'll be fine. But he was so addled, I didn't hang anything on anything Alec was saying.
But after that, in the days that followed, you continued to interact with him. He never asked for any protection or expressed any concern about protection for Buster, did he? And
Not
you
to me, he did not.
to you.
And, the only thing I can tell you is the 4th of July, he came to Ronnie Crosby's house, and he had a pistol in his bag, which was, to me, was unusual. And of course, in classic Alec, Buster, and Paul style, he ended up leaving the bag there when they left.
This law firm's been in existence how long?
1910
1910.
was.
And-
We're no longer.
I'm sorry?
We're no longer. We're now
It
the
was.
Parker Law Group
It wasn't until he came along, right? Until all this happened, right?
until September of 2021.
September of 2021. And was a relative of Alex, his great-grandfather was part of that initial law firm, is that right?
His great-grandfather was the beginning of that law firm.
And was he also the solicitor for the 14th Circuit for this area of the state?
He was from, I believe, 1920 until 1940 when he was killed in a train accident.
And then did the defendant's grandfather become solicitor?
Buster
The
started.
chief prosecutor for this area?
Buster took over in 1940 and was the solicitor until 1946. And then Randolph was appointed by the governor and then was until he was 72.
And his father became solicitor, is what you just said, is that right?
Randolph.
Until about when?
Randolph was 82 when he passed away, so 10 years ago maybe, around there. And Buster left the solicitor's office in 86 when he became 72. At the end of 86, beginning of 87, I think Randolph took over, and Buster became the assistant solicitor
All right. And how long was Randolph solicitor?
until about 10 years ago. And was still an assistant when he passed, I believe.
Do what?
I believe he was still an assistant solicitor.
Mr. Randolph was?
He was.
And so was the defendant too, wasn't he?
He was in some form or fashion.
He had a badge. Did you
Yeah.
ever see a badge that he had?
I did.
Where did he keep that badge that you saw?
Usually it was on the corner of his dashboard.
Driving around with it in front of his dashboard?
A lot of times, yeah.
This family is very, very powerful, were they not? Very influential in this community?
I mean, they had a very good name. They had, they were, they were known to help you with your problems.
How important was that family legacy to the defendant?
It seemed to be very important.
I think you've said that it was more important to him than anybody else that you observed.
It seemed that way. I mean, whenever there would be discussions of name changes or anything, he would be very involved in that, much more involved in that than he would be in other business matters.
And he even talked to you about wanting, that being the defendant, wanting to be solicitor as well.
At one time, yeah.
You talked a little bit about the scene. And there were, when you arrived, there were other law partners there as well, is that right?
Not when I arrived. Randy was there.
Randy was there, other law partners showed up?
They showed up over the next hour and a half or so.
Okay.
From Jasper County, from Beaufort, from all over.
And there were a lot of powerful attorneys at that scene as it was being processed, including the defendant, is that right?
Well, obviously, Alec was there and the rest of us, and then I don't know of any other lawyers at the scene other than us being our firm members.
And was law enforcement always polite and respectful during this entire process?
Absolutely.
And when they came to the house that day, the video where the Jeff Croft came in and searched for those guns, were they polite and respectful?
They were very polite.
Did they have a long conversation because they knew family was in the house about trying to do this as delicately as they can without upsetting everybody and doing some big search and running everybody out of the house and all that stuff?
Katie, and I apologize, I can't remember her last name. She offered to take off all of her identification, her gun and all of that, and we told her that wasn't necessary.
Chair move.
Okay, I can,
Speak a little louder.
okay, sure. That's usually
Scoot
not a
up a little
problem.
bit, it
Your
might help, so you
Well,
don't have to
it's-
lean forward.
Yeah, I mean, Katie offered to really, be very behind the scenes, so to speak. And everybody, I've not had, the vast majority of them have been extremely polite and very, very responsive to anything that we ask.
Because of all the family there and the tragedy that happened, they were very delicate and respectful of that when they came to the house that day, is that correct?
In looking back, they probably were too much.
But they were.
They were very.
You said that Alec would always ride in his Suburban with that badge up in the front dashboard, to your observation, right?
I don't know that he always did, but a
lot of the time.
lot of the time.
And he also generally carried a pistol in the car too, didn't he?
I didn't know that. I can't
But
testify.
you've heard that now, haven't you?
I've heard that, but I didn't know that.
What was Alec like with his cell phone? He was on it all the time, wasn't he?
He was on the cell phone all the time.
He would constantly be using it, constantly responding to calls in the middle of conversations, always had it with him, to your observation, being his law partner for 30 some odd years. Is that correct?
He was an obnoxious user of the cell phone.
And would it have been unusual for him to go down to those kennels without his cell phone with him?
I mean,
You've
I don't,
said that, haven't you?
I don't know whether I've said it or not said it, but I would think it would be unusual for Alec to go anywhere without his phone.
What was he like as a lawyer? Was he a very academic or type lawyer, or were his skills elsewhere?
Well, I mean, Alec was a very good lawyer. I mean, he got good results for his clients. He got, he could look at a set of facts and really do well with them, figuring out where to go with the issues, where to push and where to not push and pull. And he was very good tactically. I wouldn't say that I'm a great academic lawyer. I think I'm pretty good at figuring out where the seams are to figure out the solution. And I think Alec was much more like I am in that respect as far as looking at facts and talking with people. Alec never met anybody that he couldn't talk to. He could talk to a fence post.
Talk to a fence post. I think you've said that people were his trade.
They were.
And he understood the emotion of the cases very well, did he not?
He did.
And he could be very convincing with people, as you've come to find out from all that you've uncovered. Is that correct?
Absolutely. He convinced us since 2006.
Effortlessly and easily lied to you for years, and you didn't know it.
Didn't
Is
know
that
it.
correct?
Didn't know it and didn't catch it. In fact, it just the way he was doing it was very, very cunning.
Cunning. Remind the jury who Jeannie's second juror is. It's been a long trial, but remind them who she is.
She is our in-house accountant, CFO. She's the money person, but she goes beyond that. She did management stuff. She would be the person that at one time she was kind of managing the non-lawyer staff, but she could still rein in the lawyers as well.
And in the wake of all this financial stuff that came up on September 4th, she was one of the ones tasked with going through and figuring out the extent of what he had done. Is that correct?
She and I worked a lot.
And you worked on that as well. Is that correct?
Correct. One of the things that has come up, and there was this issue that happened back in 2017 where we had, at the beginning of the year, the law firm depletes all the money, and then you have to start off the year. Well, money's coming in, and you may not have enough to cover your bills in January and February. So we do a loan, and generally the partners, ones that wanted to participate, would put money in, and then they'd get paid back as soon as we got on a cash positive in the new year. And there was an issue in 2017 where Alec was paid. He didn't put the money in, but the check was written to him by mistake. And I've gone back and looked at it and made sure, but his name and Randy's name appeared at one over the other, and it was just a fat finger or just a thing with the mouse, and the check was generated to Alec. And then there was a second check generated, one in March, one in April. The one check was negotiated in May, I think. The other check stayed on his desk and was negotiated the next October. Well, what that did was that threw out our, and this is in our operating account, it wasn't client money. So it threw our operating account out of balance. And when we started looking at it, then we realized that he wasn't the one that was supposed to have gotten paid. We had basically a powwow. Our president, Danny Henderson, went to him, talked to him about it, and Alec swore that it was just a mistake, and he paid back the money with interest because Randy had been out of his money. It was
Paid it back with stolen money, correct?
well, I didn't know that, but I mean, he paid it back, and I think there had been testimony that somehow that got swept under the rug. It did not get swept under the rug at all. It was investigated, but everything seemed to make sense because the check was written to him. He cashed a check that was written to him, and while I might know whether or not I had an extra $123,000 or whatever it was, or 21, Alec always seemed just sort of disheveled with his own funds, so it made enough sense, and there wasn't enough there to get in a brouhaha and terminate somebody or create more of a fuss than it was, but it wasn't swept under the rug. Everything seemed to fall into place at the time. Now, obviously, had we known any of the other stuff at the time that we found out in September, then it would have been a different story.
But bottom line is, it got discovered, oops, it was a big mistake, he says, he pays it back, and people move on, right?
And that was in 2018.
That was in 2018. And we're talking about the check written that was supposed to go to his brother that went to him instead.
Right.
And he was never one to loan money for those operating expenses generally, is that right?
I think he had loaned once or twice, but
Once or
not,
twice.
it wasn't regular.
Right, and not around this time period, correct?
I didn't go back and look at that part of it. I
It was
was more interested.
$125,000 roughly, something like that?
121, 125.
All right.
I was more concerned about how it happened to begin with. Randy's initials are RM, and Alec's initials in our system are RAM. So that was,
And what he did was he gets that check, and instead of saying, this isn't $120,000 for me, he actually goes to staff a couple days later and says, I lost that check, cut me another one, right?
yes, sir.
And then he cashes that one, right?
He eventually cashes.
He cashes the
First
second
one.
one
Yeah,
in pretty short order, correct?
He cashes the first one in October the next year.
And
He
then
cashes-
sits on the other one for an extended period of time and then cashes that one, right?
He did,
Steals the same money twice, right?
yes, sir.
What was the word you used before, cunning?
Very cunning.
And you mentioned that it wasn't swept under the rug, but he said, oh, it was a big mistake, and he pays the money back, and then people move on, even though because, okay, it's just Alec, that sort of thing, correct?
Correct.
But there are other instances like that, too, over the years. For example, using private planes for personal use and billing that to the firm, is that right?
Well,
Or explain
some,
that.
some of that, but the biggest thing was the credit cards using, he just wasn't a very good rule follower at all. But he
With
did-
other people's money, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, anytime you're in a law firm or you're working for somebody and you've got a card or a check that's got their name on it, then you owe them a responsibility to spend it properly. And
It's other people's money, right?
it's other people's money.
And he would spend personal use on the credit cards, and y'all have to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was going on repeatedly, correct?
Up until the end,
Put tuition on a firm credit card for one of his children, correct?
he did.
I had to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'd pay it back, and then people would move on, right? And that had been going on for years, had it not?
It had, but there were other people that would
But not like him, right?
not to that degree.
Not like him.
Not to that degree.
Now, you talked a little bit about the boat case, but back in May of 2021, Jeannie came to you and told you about what Annette had discovered about them receiving the expense check in the Ferris case, but not the fee check, right?
Sometime in that time frame, yes.
And your initial concern was, and you were concerned that he was going to try to hide assets because of the boat case. That was part of your concern, and the firm was not going to participate in that if that was what was going on.
That's correct, that he was either going to structure them or leave them in somebody else's trust account until it had passed. I mean, we weren't going to fudge our books for that benefit.
And you were aware that in the boat case, they were seeking a personal recovery against Alec, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that caused you concern because this firm was not going to participate in helping him hide assets because of this boat case, correct? That was your concern.
He or anybody else.
Yeah, or anybody else. And you had continued conversations with Jeannie over the next few weeks about this because she couldn't get a straight answer as to what he had done with those fees, correct?
Myself and Jeannie and at least two other partners. Lee Cope and
Another partner?
and Ronnie Crosby.
And Ronnie Crosby. And couldn't get a straight answer, could you?
Well, we weren't getting a straight answer,
Weren't getting
so
a straight answer.
we continued, but we didn't want to make it a big deal if it wasn't a big deal, but because we didn't have the information, we couldn't make a decision.
And then on June 7th, 2021, Jeannie went in there to demand that straight answer, correct?
Yes, sir. I didn't know that until June the 8th.
But you knew it was coming to a head, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, Jeannie's tenacious. I mean, she's going to get to the answer. She's not going to let go until, and it wouldn't just be this, it would be anything.
But unlike the other times, Alec didn't have the money to pay it back and make it all go away, did he, this time?
I didn't know that.
But you know that now, don't you?
Well, yeah, obviously, the whole world does.
Maggie was your friend?
Who?
Maggie was your friend?
She was all of our friends, yes.
Paul was your friend?
Sure. He was dear friends with particularly my youngest daughter.
He was a good kid?
He was a good kid. I mean, he had his issues like everybody else. I mean, I don't know anybody that's raised children. If they say they're perfect, then they need to write a book. But, I mean,
I don't think any of us want to be judged about what we did when we were 18 or 19, do we?
I don't want to be judged with what I did, or I really don't want to be judged with how I raised my children. But, those are individual decisions. But, Paul was a good kid. He was always polite. I could have picked up the phone and called Paul and said, "Hey, I need some help over here on my farm." That kid would have come in a heartbeat. He was just a good kid. Now, did he do some devilish things? Absolutely. I hear about them, and occasionally, if I saw him, I'd say something to him about it. But he was a good kid. I mean, great outdoorsman. He grew a garden. I mean, Randolph, who they called handsome, I mean, he'd do anything in the world. And after the boat wreck, the two of them were almost glued together. And I mean, it's just a total waste of a kid that had never found his potential yet, but would have, I'm quite confident.
And after this tragedy happened to the family that was this law firm, everybody was focused solely on that, coming to support one another and coming to support Alex Murdaugh. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And the last thing on anyone's mind at that time was those dadgum Ferris fees when this happened. Isn't that right? And you've said that.
We actually, at least myself and one or two others, said, well, we'll have to put that on hold. I mean, it was it wasn't just we're not going to, subconsciously, but we consciously said we're going to, a man just lost his wife and child. There's no way we're going to be cruel. We'll get back to it later. And we did.
Got back to it later. A couple months later, right? Or a month later.
A month later.
You're advised that, oh, wait a minute, Chris Wilson says he has those fees all along, right?
That's what I was told.
Because in the wake of those murders, he had managed to borrow some money from Johnny Parker, right?
I found that out later.
And he had managed to have Palmetto State Bank through Russell Lafitte give him $350,000 in undocumented funds, correct?
I found that out later as well.
Just like
after he'd been
before,
terminated.
you get an email saying, yeah, I'm Chris Wilson, I got the fees. And that kind of put the matter to bed at that point in time, right?
That was in July, yes.
Paid it back again, or at least you think. And just like before, people move on because you're still dealing with the tragedy of this terrible set of murders, correct?
By July, we were dealing with that and still this idea of the boat wreck, you know, and what he was going through. I mean, you rally around your family and your friends.
You rally around him, right?
Yeah. And that's not to any way throw cold water on any of the claims of the people in the boat wreck,
Sure.
but everybody deserves a defense, and you know, you defend your friends and your family, but you do it morally and honestly.
It's what people who think they're friends do, right?
You hope they do.
September 3rd, or thereabouts, Annette finds this Chris Wilson check in Alex's office, right?
September the 2nd, I believe.
September 2nd, thing.
Yeah.
State's 313.
I
I'll
can't.
show it to you.
I can't see that far.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take a recess at this time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not discuss your testimony. Yes, sir.
Going to the courtroom, I want to understand there's no disrespect to the court. We have our next two witnesses. We want to make sure we were ready to go as soon as this witness comes down. So as you see me coming and going, I'm just ensuring the witness is let in the front door and put somewhere. So I apologize. There's no disrespect to the court.
How much more you have for this witness, you think?
20 minutes, Your Honor.
Then you don't know. So we don't know. Okay.
Thank you.
It'll be 10 minutes. folks say they can't hear you, so you need to. Yeah. You bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. You may proceed.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think when we left off, I was showing you states, what is that, 313, I believe? And that's
313.
That's the Ferris check that was found in the defendant's office that he had lied to everyone and told that he never received.
This is the first one.
One of them, at least, correct?
One of them, the first one that we knew of.
All right. And then we're around September 2nd or something like that, and around that same time, Jeannie starts or researching in y'all's system forge, and then finds all the fake forge checks. Is that right?
She used the query forge to see whether anything had been put into an annuity, any fees had been moved or put under an annuity, and a list came out of, I don't know, 10 or 12 different cases.
And y'all called the real forge and said, y'all have any of these clients? And they said no. Y'all ever banked to Bank of America? They said no.
We did, but in that list, like the fourth or fifth one was a client that I was representing, and the money was to be held in trust. And when we pulled up the documents, supporting documents, it had a notation on it that it was invested for 3 years, which I knew couldn't be, so I went and called the client. Client verified that he hadn't authorized anything, hadn't done anything, and I immediately told him that his funds would be put back in there, and I walked back across the street to Jeannie's office and told him we had a big problem.
And that was Thomas Moore, correct?
That was Tommy Moore, yeah.
That was a highway patrolman that had been injured, correct?
Correct.
And Alex stole his money?
He did.
And they had been friends, to your knowledge?
As far as acquaintances, friends, I'm not sure what their relationship.
And I'm not going to go through in great detail because it's already been done, but generally you and Jeannie were probably the main drivers of the investigation into all of this theft in states 314, this spreadsheet.
All of us were involved, but I was with Jeannie a vast amount of the time.
I'm sorry.
I was with her a vast amount of the time, going through and auditing them and checking to see.
All right. And ultimately, you had to reach out and talk to a lot of these clients of Alex Murdaugh's, right?
I did.
And you had to tell them what had happened?
I did, including 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, another one.
And you had to tell them that Alec had lied to them, right?
I did.
And they said, Alec lied to me. He never told me that, correct?
Response.
I'll move on. You had conversations with all those clients, the clients that you dealt with, right?
I dealt with the majority of them, yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 314. Just real quick, go through and just don't have to go into anything more, but just list the names of people that you had to deal with personally over what he had done.
Well, I was involved with the one for Barrett Bowler with Ronnie.
All right, let's talk about Barrett for a second. That was one of his close friends, right?
He was.
And can you describe the money that he stole from Barrett?
Barrett had a fire on a piece of property that he had, and it burned down the house. And there were proceeds for cleaning up, and then there were proceeds for various and sundry things that were associated, as well as the structure. And we started looking at it and figured out that the $75,000 had been stolen, and then later on that there was an additional amount that never went through there.
How much was that additional amount?
$279,000 according to this exhibit number.
That was a close friend of
314.
his, correct?
I
To
would
your
say,
understanding?
I would say that was one of his closest friends.
One of his closest friends.
That's who he ended up getting Moselle from.
And when he stole that $75,000 from Barrett Boulware, Barrett was sick and needed that money to put his wife up in a hotel near the hospital he was at, didn't he?
Barrett was dying of colon cancer, yes.
And needed that money, and Alex stole it anyway, right?
I assume he needed the money.
All right, keep going. Just, again,
The next one down is the estate of Jacob Hirschberger. And at first,
again, we don't need to get into each one, but that's one of them that you had to deal with?
that's
Is
one
right?
that I just dealt with
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, and we're still straightening it out.
But the firm had to straighten it out and deal with the money because he took it, correct?
We are now. We're in the process of it.
After talking with the clients and everybody else involved, right?
Correct.
All right, go on to the next one, please.
You want me to give the names, or?
Yeah, just give it a
Mr.
name.
Anderson I dealt with, Dion Martin, and his family I dealt with.
All right, let me slow down. So Christopher Anderson, you said, that's somebody you had to talk to yourself?
Yes, sir.
And y'all the firm had to pay money for what he did, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dion Martin was somebody you talked to yourself?
I did, and along with his
Been
parents.
horribly injured in an accident?
He had a brain injury, correct?
And had a brain injury?
Yes, sir.
And you had to talk to him about the defendant lying to him with his brain injury, correct?
And his parents,
And his parents and taking his money, correct?
correct.
All right, keep going.
Elise Mallory,
Elise Mallory, and she had a relative who died, correct?
she did, and I had
Very
represented.
sweet old lady. Have you met her?
Well, Elise,
That's what I mean.
she's not real.
Oh, I'm sorry. The person that you dealt with, the personal representative.
And then,
Is she a very sweet, nice lady? The PR?
yeah,
In that case?
I haven't had a single one of these clients that weren't nice people,
Very nice people.
super nice people,
And he
and,
took advantage of each one of them and lied to them, correct?
yes, sir.
All right. Tell me some more names.
The Risher case, I wasn't involved in it. Johnny Bush, I dealt with him. I talked with J.J. Jinks.
To your knowledge, Johnny Bush considered himself a friend of Alex Murdaugh's?
I don't know whether they were friends, but they were good acquaintances. Johnny was a little bit different. He overcharged him or gave him the impression that it was the $95,000 was for expenses. It was
Right.
not.
So he lied and told him that there were expenses that had to be paid, and instead, Alex Murdaugh stole that money from his good acquaintance, Johnny Bush, correct?
That's correct.
Keep going if you would, please.
J.J. Jinks, I talked with J.J., but I didn't deal with the paying him back part of it.
But y'all, the firm still had to pay him back for the lies that Alex Murdaugh told, correct? And for the theft.
Correct.
All right, keep going if you would, please.
The Christiani matter is still ongoing.
All right, keep going if you would, please.
And then Randy Drawdy, that matter's over. Tommy Moore, I've dealt with him. His money's back in trust where it's supposed to be.
All right. Tommy Moore was a highway patrolman that got injured in the line of duty, correct?
He was,
And Alex lied to him and took his money, correct?
correct. This is not all of them either.
So that's the ones for now, correct? That's the ones that are on that list that's been admitted to evidence here, correct?
Correct, but there's a good many more than this.
conversations with the defendant that back around the time of the recession that he had gotten into some land deals that had gotten him some financial issues.
I think it was squeezing him, yes.
And then not long after that, he had some big cases such as the Arthur Badger case and the Pinckney UPS case and the Plyler case, in which he got a large amount of fees from very large recoveries, correct?
Badger was the UPS, Pinckney was the tire case.
Okay.
But yeah, he got very big fees.
All right. And you thought that with all those fees that you knew who he got because he's your partner and you get to see the books. You're the treasurer of the firm, or have been for an extended period, is that correct?
For the old firm, yes.
And you thought that the money that he legitimately got from those cases had solved those problems, because it was a lot, wasn't it?
I think I, along with everybody else, thought that he was totally out of any debt.
But on
to
top,
speak of.
but you've come to find out, on top of the fees that he got, he also stole millions from those clients, correct?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't enough for him, was it?
Clearly not.
I'm almost done. Going back to that scene that you went to, you didn't see any blood on Alex Murdaugh that night, did you?
No, sir.
And when you went back the next day, you went back because y'all had attempted to call, y'all had called the coroner to get the names, and he had given you the names of some companies that their job is to come out and help clean up scenes like this, correct?
That's correct.
And y'all had called them, but nobody had called back, and you just felt like you had to do something, so you went to the scene. Is that right?
Well, we were trying to also see what we could find out, if there was anything that we could do to lend assistance. I mean, this was something that was, I mean, everything stopped.
Everything stopped.
The whole world did.
And being a friend like people would be, and just trying to do whatever you could, correct?
Friend and, you know, we're lawyers. We try to figure out what happened to things.
And you went in that feed room and observed the things that you saw.
Did.
And you also ended up getting blood on your sleeves, correct?
I did. I didn't know.
Up high, correct?
On my shoulder areas and on my pants.
I asked you a little bit about the defendant's cell phone use. Was it like him to have very short phone calls, or was he one to talk for a while?
I mean, he would cut you off with one phone call coming in on top of another. He'd call you about something and say, "Oh, I'll call you back." And click it off, and you know.
But he'd start talking about something, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he would. It was regular.
It was regular. He would typically talk for more than a minute, though.
I mean,
said
I
that,
would
correct?
assume so. I mean, most people, a minute is not much of a conversation.
It's not much of a conversation just for a minute, is it?
No.
The night of the murders, did you see a golf cart up at the Moselle residence
I saw one in front of their house.
in front of the house?
Yeah, if you drove up the driveway, it was over to the left.
It was parked in front of the house?
It was parked off to the left side of the house.
Going back to September, and y'all find out about the Ferris fees, and y'all find out about Fake Forge, and y'all have a meeting of partners without Alec there and without Randy there, correct?
Well, first of all, on the 2nd, which was Thursday,
Right.
when the stuff with Forge came up and you started looking down, when I made the phone call to Tommy Moore, and first thing Jeannie did was start grabbing our check. All we could see was our end of it. So if a check was written off of our trust account or our operating account, but these were mostly trust checks, if it was written off a trust account, we could get a copy of our check. we didn't know where it had gone from there. And we could see the disbursement sheets, and we could tell where they were deposited by looking at the back of the check, which you don't normally do. I mean, it's just not, and when you started seeing commonality to it, and then, but the more thing was concrete. I mean, there was just no way, that money couldn't have been written out because it was being held, he had an ongoing workers' comp claim that was a statutory lien. You couldn't give him the money. And
Bottom line is, without rehashing the whole story for the jury again, y'all knew he had been stealing at that point.
that's when we found out, and then I met
Didn't know how much. In fact, you found out a whole lot later,
a
correct?
whole lot. We had about 6 at that time. I met with our president that night and Ronnie Crosby and set up a meeting for the next morning, and we met, and then Randy was tied up and then came, and at that point it was unanimous. And then Randy and Danny went and talked to him.
And then when confronted
He
with
admitted
that,
it.
and he was forced to resign, is that correct? Or y'all terminated him?
Well, he could either resign or be terminated, but it was a 30-second decision.
And what day was that when that happened?
That was Friday.
What day? Do you remember?
That would have been September the 3rd.
Third?
And we immediately started into all the things you have to do when you find out that a lawyer's been stealing in your firm, which has been absolute teetotal pure hell since then.
So everything was coming home to roost. The storm was arriving again for Alec on September 3rd when y'all confronted him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, it was over.
And then on September 4th, what happened? What did you hear about?
I had spoken to Mr. Griffin just to let him know that we had terminated him. He already knew, and about 11:30, 12 o'clock, whatever time it was, I was on a tractor, and he called me and said, "You're not going to believe what happened." And I thought, my first response was, "Don't tell me that jackass killed himself."
Right.
And he said, "No, somebody shot him." And I just said, "I don't believe that." That's
You don't
bullshit.
believe that. A lot of people thought right away that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. Correct? The chickens were home to roost again for Alec, and all of a sudden he's a victim again, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to what other people think.
Objection's overruled.
I went to the scene. I went straight to the scene, but I didn't believe it.
You didn't believe it, because
No.
you have training as a lawyer, right?
I don't know whether it was intuition, training, whatever. I just didn't believe it.
And what did you see at the scene that confirmed that this time?
I got
when
out.
It didn't work.
Danny and Ronnie were there and standing there, and I said, I don't buy it. And we walked up towards the car, and I think I said it's got run flat tires, and the tire's not flat. Before we got to it, Ronnie said it doesn't even have a spare. And then when we got up to it, you could see at 9 o'clock where somebody had stabbed the tire. And we hung around there, and then when SLED showed up, I think it was actually David Owens showed up, or Ryan Kelly showed up, one of them, and that's when we told him we had fired him the day before. And what had happened, we were in consultation with a lawyer we had to hire on Friday to figure out what to do and how to do it. And when this happened, we thought they needed to know.
And you were told that Alec claimed at the scene that he was shot by some unknown assailant, correct?
That was the story.
But
I
you
just-
knew this scene had been manufactured by Alec, correct, when you arrived there?
I didn't know that. I suspected. It just didn't look like, I mean, it was a shiny Mercedes black car with no holes in it, a single shot. There's the back hatch isn't open. There's no nothing. I mean, it just doesn't look right.
And just when accountability is arriving again, the defendant manufactures himself being a victim, correct?
That's what it turned out to be.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Ball, to your knowledge, has the law firm, PMPED, repaid all the money to the clients that's owed, as well as insurance company have pitched in?
To this point, we still we're holding some money as of 2 weeks ago, and in one of the matters, we're trying to get that money returned. We're having to go through a PR.
And the list of names that you read off, those folks, if they're entitled to the money now, they've received it? Is that right?
The people on that list have, yes, and there's a bunch more that have as well.
And the law firm is currently out a lot of money. Is that correct?
We are.
As a result of Alex?
Well, the law firm and the partners in the law firm.
Yeah.
We've had to pony it out of our pocket.
Sure. You personally have had to pony up?
Yes, sir, along with my partners.
And when Alec was resigned or terminated in September, he had some cash flow coming into the firm that the firm was able to keep and use that to pay some of the claims.
Well, no, sir. All of our funds, doesn't matter what I earn until it's declared at the end of the year, it's law firm money.
No, I understand that. So law firm money earned off Alec's cases, that was the firm money when he left?
Well,
we're talking a couple of $1 million?
First of all the cases are owned by the law firm. They're not Mark's cases, they're not Alex's cases. They're law firm cases. Cases that Alec was working on generated monies, and we internally decided a formula that we were going to use, because people had to complete those cases, and we've allocated much more than ordinarily. Our expenses are taken out in a different way, but we allocated a bunch of money to paying those. Yes,
I understand. But the income from those cases, north of $2 million, perhaps?
yes, sir.
And your firm and Jeannie Seconder and others have cooperated with SLED and the Attorney General's office in their investigation of Alex's misdeeds in relation to those client matters, have they not?
We have.
And as a result of, you're aware that Alex has 90+ pending charges against him for financial, the stuff you just testified about, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been subpoenaed here today to testify in the murder case, correct?
I've been subpoenaed since this trial started.
And you know this is the murder case.
Yes, sir.
Now, immediately after the murder of Maggie and Paul, and you talked about Alex's demeanor, did he come to work and was able to work on cases?
No, sir. He came. He was out for a while. I think he went to his in-laws and stayed. He didn't. After the funeral was either Friday or Saturday, I can't remember, and then Randolph died on Thursday after this, and then Randolph's was on Sunday, and Alex he was staying between Randy, John Marvin, and whoever else, his mother's house. I think he went to his in-laws. I know he went down to visit with his brother-in-law and sister-in-law.
Sure. And
but no, he was not. There was a period of time he wasn't doing it. He might come by, and he would be in his office, generally looking at sympathy notes.
And from your observation, was he in any frame of mind to do any productive legal work the month of June?
No.
The month of July?
We sat down and talked about it as partners, and not with Alec, about what we were going to do, because there's deadlines and things that have to be done, and so we were going to try to figure out how we were going to delicately kind of start stepping in on some of his cases and making sure everything was being done according to what needed to be.
And I think you testified about how the firm, partners in the firm, lawyers in the firms, were reaching out and using your resources to try to find out perhaps who played a role in killing Maggie and Paul.
We absolutely were.
But were you careful not to go out and do the investigation yourself and just relay the information back to SLED?
Right. I mean, we weren't trying to be private eyes or any of that. We were just trying to see, and I relayed numerous things to the various officers, and I would preface it by, I don't know whether this means anything, but you never know. I mean.
And was, to your knowledge, was information being relayed through Alex attorneys to pass on to SLED?
Well, I know I dealt with you on various things up until the stealing.
Sure. And to your knowledge, was Alex consenting and cooperating with SLED in their investigation?
As far as I knew, yes. I mean, I wasn't with him during those interviews or anything else, but as far as I knew, he was. And I would ask him, you know, where we stand, you know, have you heard anything?
Right.
You know.
And were you aware that Alex Buster put up a reward?
I was.
And are you also aware that when Paul was criminally charged in the voting case, Alex came under criticism for interfering in the investigation? You remember that?
I was.
And in fact, there's been some pretty public allegations about that, about Alex, that had surfaced before Maggie and Paul had been murdered.
Absolutely. I mean, they were criticizing him for advising people of stuff, but I'm a lawyer, I'm a parent, daddy. One of my kids has some problem or gets accused of something, or one of my friends' kids, I'm gonna put my lawyer hat on and advise them to be quiet until their parents get there and get counsel if I think it's a serious matter.
Sure. You were asked about Alex's cell phone use and about whether he would take the phone down to the kennel. Have you ever been down to the kennels with Alex?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been riding the property with Moselle with Alex?
I have, not a whole lot. I mean, as time went on, you know, our families got older, and you just, when you don't have children, it's, you're doing a lot more things together on the weekends and stuff, and as your children get older and they're in college, and he was going to Walford and different places where Buster was, and
Sure.
you know, your interests are different as well. But yeah, I would occasionally, or if he was building something, he might ask me what I thought about it or show me something. I mean, I saw his duck pond and, you know, rode around the property several times.
Was cell phone coverage spotty down at the shed in the kennels?
It can be, it varies. I mean, it can be. I don't remember specifically where and what, you know, out where I live, if I go in my house with a metal roof, this morning somebody was trying to talk to me and I had to walk out on the porch. Other days I can talk just fine in my house. I live 8 miles, 9 miles from where this place is, and I don't know whether it's a metal roof or whether I'm just at the end of wherever a cell tower is, but out in my area, which is Rome Gully,
Sure.
It can be spotty.
And you mentioned about spending time at Moselle and when the kids were younger. Before Alec got Moselle, you had a farm.
I do.
And would Alec bring the boys over to hunt on your property?
Mostly Paul.
Mostly Paul.
Yeah, I mean, Buster would come some, but Buster was older, and then obviously when Buster started college, he wasn't around as much, but Paul was a very avid hunter and was over at either my place or Ronnie's place a lot.
And he and Alec were together a lot doing that?
Paul?
Were he and Alec, he and Paul, Alec and Paul together a lot?
Yeah. Yeah. And Paul was with his grandfather a lot.
And I think you mentioned that Paul would leave stuff over there?
All three of them, but, you know, they would just, they'd leave a gun, they'd leave a coat, they'd leave a flashlight, maybe all three. And it was just sort of a running joke that you had to kind of go around and gather up their stuff after they left. And that was just them.
And did you remember one time Paul left a gun over there for a couple of months?
He did, and Alec left one time, I believe, and I cleaned it and put it up, and he started asking around where his gun was, and we just sort of played with him a little bit and then gave it back to him.
Right. I think you testified moving September the 4th. You had gotten word about a shooting involving Alec, and I think your words were that jackass had killed himself.
That was what I thought immediately.
And why did you think that?
Because of all that had gone on. We had terminated him, or he had resigned the day before. This financial stuff was starting to come out, and I thought, he'd lost 2 family members, and now he's got no job, and it seemed feasible. I had been concerned about him, his mental health, from the time of the murders up until then. In fact, I had suggested that he go see somebody for grief counseling. We were all grieving their loss, and it's one of those deals that you can tell when somebody's not hitting on all cylinders, and he obviously was. I would come by his office and he would be crying. Or I would ask him something. I remember him asking me one time when he was going through he had a stack of sympathy cards, and he said, should I send them all back a note? And I said, Alec, people don't send you sympathy cards to, get a note back from you. There's no way in the world you can do that. And he said
he was terminated from the firm, and you were concerned about perhaps what he might do. Did you ever think maybe he'll go kill a family member? Did that ever cross your mind?
No. You talking about when we terminated him?
Yes, sir.
By then, Maggie and Paul had been killed.
Well, he had family out there.
He did. I never thought of any of that. Listen, when September the 2nd hit, it changed everything that I knew about Alec. I would have never believed that a guy that, was like family would have ever stolen from me, would have stolen from his family, would have stolen from his clients, or any of that. And so immediately, you've got this rage, this emotion that you've got, and then on the 3rd, we go through this whole ordeal of the termination, and then the 4th it hits, and you're like, did the jackass kill himself because of anything else? And then as time progressed on and you see the scope of it, I don't know the guy that after September the 3rd and leading out, I don't know who that guy is. That's not Alec that I knew,
right,
and Alec that I loved, and Alec that all of us loved. Did he have imperfections? You bet. Did he do things that aggravated the hell out of me? You bet. But you don't kick your brother out the door because they snore at night, or they've done things that aggravate you. You get past it. But when they do things that are criminal, and they do things that affect not only him, but he's torn down an entire legacy, a law firm. I've spent 34 years, or 33 years, I guess, in this one place. It's the only law firm that I've ever worked at. I put everything in it. It's all my children have known, my family's known, and it's gone. We had to change the name. We've had to do all these things because of his acts on this financial stuff. Right. And when it comes to that, I'm mad as hell. You just don't know how mad I am. But on the other hand, I'm not saying that because he did that, he's done what he's accused of. And so that's, that's sort of the bottom line of it. His actions that, he was doing that way back, but we never knew it.
Sure.
And when we found out about it, it makes you doubt everything, and it's just human nature. But I don't have one shred of anything. All I can do is just point to what I saw.
And you pointed to the roadside shooting, and what you saw, you thought that jackass tried to kill himself.
Absolutely, and I may not have said jackass, but that's about as
And
non-church
logically,
as I want
to
to get
you,
it.
it made sense why he would want to kill himself in that moment.
Sure. I mean, he'd lost, as far as I was concerned, he'd lost everything. He'd lost his job, and he'd lost, forget the job, forget the money, forget what's going to happen to him. He'd lost his wife and his child. And
Are you aware that he had $12 million of life insurance?
I didn't know what he had. I assumed he had some life insurance, but no. I mean, I never had that conversation with him, and quite frankly, I'd have to see it to really believe it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions.
Recross.
I think you just said that what you know now about this man who'd been your partner and friend for 34 years causes you to question everything you thought you knew about him. Isn't that right?
It does.
You were asked about all those clients that had to be repaid money, and none of that money came from him, did it?
No, sir.
Y'all had to pay that money, right?
We did.
How much?
I would say at this point, probably north of $10 or $11 million. Now, insurance paid for some of that, but I mean, there's been a substantial chunk of that came out of our pocket.
You were asked about Alec having some cases that were coming in, but you explained, though, that this is June, and that disbursement's not going to come to him until December. He's not going to be able to get that money until December, correct? Any of what he's entitled to, which isn't all of it, correct? Because it belongs to the firm.
Right, everything belongs to the firm until the end of the year when you meet, and then you divide up money and
that's
we
why
have
he
a
stole the fares
formulation.
fees in March, because he needed the money right then.
I would assume so. I mean, the money was gone, and it was paid in 3 checks.
You said that in the month after the murders, he wasn't really working on cases, but he sure managed to arrange to cover those fares fees to pay him back so that everyone would forget about it, didn't he? Or not all of it. He managed to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, well, part of it. I mean, I think there was $192,000 that didn't.
That he convinced Chris Wilson to cover for him.
Convinced, or Chris had to cover it, one of the two.
You were asked about him cooperating with law enforcement in the murders. But he never told law enforcement that he was down at the kennels just minutes with the victims before they died. He never told law enforcement that, did he? I think it's responsive to redirect.
You can testify if you know.
I don't know what he told law enforcement other than what's been out there in the public.
Well, let me ask you this. He denied to you 3 times that he ever went to those kennels, did he not?
He did.
His buddy, his friend, and his law partner of 34 years told you 3 times, I was never there.
That's correct.
And you know now that's a lie.
When I saw the video a month or so ago.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
You step down.
Thank you.
Let me call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls DAWES Cook. DAWES Cook.
Oscar.
Take an exhibit with it. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You swear the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. And please pull that microphone to you and adjust it so that it's your height that you can talk into it. You'll state your name and spell your last name.
It's Morris Dawes Cook Jr., and Cook is C-O-O-K-E.
Thank you. Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
I'm a lawyer, practice in Charleston, South Carolina with firm Barnwell, Whaley, Patterson, and Helms. I've been doing it since graduated from law school in 1979, clerked for a judge for a year, and I've been with the same law firm since 1980. And I practice mainly civil litigation.
And do you primarily represent plaintiffs or defendants?
I don't mind representing plaintiffs, but most of the time I'm representing defendants.
All right. And do you know Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
How do you know him?
Through practice of law. I've had cases against him over the years.
Okay. And have you represented him before?
No. Well, I mean, now I do, but I did not previously to this, right?
Right. What was the scope of your representation?
I'm defending him in the boat accident case.
Okay. And when were you asked to join his team?
In December of 2020, I got a call from Danny Henderson and asked me if I would become involved. The case had already been going on for a year and a half or so at that time.
Okay. And did he have other attorneys representing him at that time?
Yes. Yeah, the Hainsworth firm, John Tiller in particular, was representing him.
Okay. And what, if any, understanding did you have as to why you were asked to join the defense team?
Well, John was sick, as I think everybody knows now, and would be undergoing treatment from time to time, and he was unsure as to whether he'd be able to cover everything by himself. And so I was asked, one, to help him, sort of be a second chair for him, and also be a backup for times when he would not be able to participate.
Okay. And would you please describe for the jury your assessment of the merits of the claim against Alex in June of 2021?
Well, I think I was the one that coined the phrase negligent parenting that Mark mentioned during his testimony. The claim at that time was that Alec was responsible for the boat accident because he knew that Paul was using his brother's ID. And I mean, I didn't think that there was a claim in South Carolina law for that, so I sort of facetiously called it negligent parenting. So we felt that it was a defensible claim. I always sort of felt that lurking out there was going to be what's now negligent entrustment, that eventually they would allege negligence for having let him use the boat, which is the substance of the claim now. But even that, we always felt like it was a defensible claim. That I think the big picture that occurred to me was to hold him liable for that would be to hold him to a higher standard than any of the other parents of the other folks that were in the boat, which
Okay.
anybody who's raised kids knows that that can be difficult.
Okay. And what was your assessment as to Alex's financial exposure as a result of this case in June of 2021?
Well, it was unknown, and I'll have to say that was I didn't even really pay attention to that issue at the time. I think there was still a declaratory judgment action pending that was going to decide whether there was some additional insurance. I knew that the one policy was relatively limited. So I wouldn't have said that he had no personal exposure, but that was certainly not the focus of our attention at that time.
Right. And were there motions pending when you joined the case?
Yes, several motions pending. For some time, there had been a motion by Parkers to change venue. They wanted it out of Hampton and into Beaufort County, and there was also, they had made a motion to amend their answer to plead admiralty law, which would have some benefits over South Carolina law for the defense. And then there was this, there may have been some motions to compel discovery with Parkers. I don't really remember specifically, and I think in October of 2020, there had been a motion to compel the answers to interrogatories and request to produce to Alec.
And have you reviewed that motion to compel?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna, I'll note on. Yeah, it's plaintiff's exhibit, not plaintiff, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 402. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. And this is just the first page, but do you recognize this as the motion?
That's the motion. And then I
Okay.
think attached to that were 2 sets of interrogatories and a set of requests to produce.
All right, so I'm gonna, these are the interrogatories. Would you just briefly explain to the jury what interrogatories and requests for production are?
Right, well, we call it discovery. The rules of civil procedure provide various means of obtaining information from the other side. So interrogatories is questions that you can ask, and then requests to produce are documents and other materials that you can require be provided.
And the supplemental ones that we're looking at right here, were those seeking financial information, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. And the objections, if you'll look, the answers right here to the interrogatories, and then the objection right here. Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
Okay. In your practice, are those common objections?
Right, that's, this was done before I was involved in the case, but those are the exact objections that I would have made. These financial discovery, it's sort of the plaintiff's lawyer's way of saying I'm really serious, and I'll call it intimidation, not in a pejorative way, but it's meant to really worry the defendants, and it's very common. And the typical response from the defendant would be just like this, and that is, we object, it's not relevant, you haven't gotten a judgment against us, you don't need to know how much money we have unless and until you do get a judgment. The comeback to that is, well, your net worth could be relevant on punitive damages. If it goes to the jury, a jury could consider your wealth as a factor in awarding punitive damages. And so 95% of the time you work out some agreement to provide a financial statement, but I would never have produced all of these details at this stage of litigation as a defense lawyer.
Okay. After joining the defense team, did you have meetings or communications with other members of the defense team?
Yes, regularly. And I have to admit, there's a lot I didn't remember, so I've gone back and I've looked at my emails, my time records. And we defense lawyers, we measure our lives in tenth of an hour increments, and we have to write everything down. So it was helpful for me to go back and look through my time records as well as emails to see who all was included. But yes.
Okay. And was Alex often CC'd on the emails?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Did you ever participate in any Zoom meetings with the defense team?
Yes. The one there's more than one, but the first one I remember was April 15 of 2021. I was just sort of getting involved. I don't think I'd made a formal appearance in the case yet, but there was a Zoom conference. And I remember Alec was included on the Zoom invitation, but I honestly can't recall whether he was in the meeting itself. I remember others who were in the meeting.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that Zoom call?
It was really to kind of orient me, and also there were some motions scheduled in May. So it was just to get me oriented, talk about what the important issues in the case were and the things that we'd be focusing on.
Okay. And having attended that meeting, what, if any, understanding did you have as to the biggest issues facing Alex at the upcoming motions hearing? Right, and
I had to go back and look at my notes to refresh my memory on that, but it was the upcoming, as far as I was concerned, it was the venue issue, whether the case was going to be transferred back to Beaufort, because we didn't want it transferred back. We wanted it to stay in Hampton. We thought that the plaintiff wanted it to stay there too, but he was wavering, and there was some thought that he might consent, and we didn't want him to consent. So that was a big issue. And then we spent a lot of time talking about admiralty. You know, was it beneficial to have admiralty as opposed to state common law? So that was, as far as the hearing, that was the important part of the conversation. That was about a 2-hour meeting, and we talked a lot about experts, depositions that needed to be taken, and so forth as well.
And after that meeting, based on those conversations, what, if any, understanding did you have as to the level of concern the defense team had regarding the motion to compel the financial information?
Really none. I wasn't dealing with Mark directly on that. John Tiller was doing it, and as far as we were concerned, that was something that they were going to work out, but the focus on the hearings was going to be on these other substantive issues.
Did you ever have a concern that the motion to compel would be granted in total?
What's the question?
Asked if he personally had expected the motion to compel to be granted.
Also 401 and 402.
I sustain the objection.
When was the motion to compel originally scheduled to be heard?
It was in May, I'm going to say May 10th, sometime in that area.
Okay. And did that go forward?
No, I think John, some of his treatment had to be rescheduled, and so they agreed to continue the hearing.
Okay. And when was it rescheduled for?
June. And I don't recall the exact date, but maybe the 10th or so.
Okay. And at any point prior to the motion to compel hearing that was scheduled, did anything change in terms of your understanding that would make you think the defense team was concerned about the motion to compel?
No, I filed my formal notice of appearance so that I could be at the hearing. I think I actually did that in May before the first hearing. And so I was prepared to be there to argue whatever needed to be argued. But as I go back and I look at my notes and my preparation, it was on the venue issue and the admiralty issue.
What, if any, factors did you consider when you made an assessment about Alex's personal financial exposure?
I mean, I never take a case lightly. I mean, Mark certainly is a very good lawyer, and obviously a very emotional case. So I won't say that we weren't concerned about it, but we knew that there had already been some other settlements, which we would have gotten credit for that. There were just a number of factors that made us feel like this was a defensible case and that it was not an existential threat to Alex.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether or not an order was eventually issued regarding the motion to compel?
Yes, what we call a Form 4 order was issued around October 7th or 8th of 2021.
Okay. What is your understanding of that order?
I've got it right here. I mean, it said that John Tiller had not been able to get the information, and that, well, it says right here, the court at a hearing on plaintiff's motion to compel filed October 16, 2020, was informed that defendant's attorney Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, is unable to gather and provide the necessary information to answer the requested interrogatories at this time. Once this information is made available to attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary, which means that John Tiller was going to get the information, and then if he couldn't work it out with Mark, then they would have a hearing on the motion to compel.
So was it your understanding the court was ordering Alex to produce all of the financial information requested?
No, that's not what it said.
Okay. just one or two more. Did you expect any cataclysmic event on June 10th regarding Alex having to give over financial documents?
No.
Okay. And do you recognize Mr. Tinsley? Do you know him?
Yep.
Do you see him here?
Yes.
Mr. Tinsley, can you stand up? Oh, okay. Did you ever speak with him during the case?
Yes.
You did?
A number of
Okay.
times, yeah.
At all about the motion to compel?
No. Not that I remember. If he says I did, I couldn't deny it, but I don't remember it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the state.
Like you said, the motion's meant to really worry the defendants, right? Those are your exact words, wasn't it?
Could you repeat that?
You just testified that the motion to get those financial information is meant to really worry the defendants. Those are
Right.
your exact words, correct?
Always, yeah.
Okay. All right, and were you present at the trial lawyers conference when Alex Murdaugh came up and towered over Mark Tinsley and said, "What's up, Bo? What are you doing?"
No,
Were
I
you
don't
present
get
at that?
I don't get invited to that one.
Okay. I didn't think you did. But you weren't there when that happened, were you?
No.
You were present for when he said that to that man right there about the boat case. "What you doing, Bo? What's up?"
Objection.
I was not there.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
The objection is overruled.
And you did not.
Said it wasn't there.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. All right. And you did not get, you didn't file your notice of appearance into this case until May of 2021, is that right?
I think that's about right, yeah.
Because you were actually representing other parties, and that had to be resolved before you could get involved with Alec, is that correct?
That's part of the reason our firm was, yeah.
Right, so you couldn't have been, with the conflict, heavily involved in any discussions that were going on between Mark Tinsley and John Tiller and Amy Bauer prior to moving into May, is that right?
That wasn't exactly the reason. The conflict had been waived, but I just wasn't involved in that. That was something John and Mark were handling.
Right, and when John, in May of 2021, asked for continuance of that hearing on which the motion to compel the financial information was part of, he didn't offer you as any sort of backup because you weren't fully on the defense team at that point, is that correct?
I think I had planned to notice my appearance before that hearing, and I can't recall whether I didn't do it because the case was continued, but I would have appeared at the hearing.
You were asked about insurance coverage, and you're talking about the Philadelphia policy, right? That there was a declaratory judgment action?
Right.
And defense team knew that they weren't going to have any obligation to cover Alec in this, correct? I mean, it was very unlikely. In fact, it ultimately, Judge Sherry Lydon in the federal district court denied that Philadelphia had to cover Alec one penny, correct?
Yeah, I'll have to say I wasn't following that, but that's pretty much my understanding. It was a long shot that there would be coverage.
And when you were at this point in time in May of June of 2021, just getting on the defense team, you certainly didn't know anything about his true financial condition, did you?
No.
You didn't know he'd been stealing money for years and years, did you?
No.
You didn't know that he was broke, did you?
No.
You didn't know he had misappropriated funds and was scrambling to try to replace those before people found out, did you?
No.
You were asked about the hearing on June 10th that ultimately was continued because of these terrible murders, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding. The
That was
murders
my-
happened and that hearing got continued because, of course, who's going to have a hearing in the wake of these terrible events, correct?
Yeah, I think Mark agreed to continue the hearing. Right.
Yeah, that got continued, right?
Right.
And even as a civil defense attorney, even if you believe that a claim down the line may be defensible, that still doesn't change the discovery process in a civil case that goes on, correct?
That's true.
I mean, discovery still can happen and is going to happen.
Right.
Regardless of whether or not the case settles or goes to trial or whatever happens, correct?
Yeah, it's still going on.
And that's how civil cases, typically how cases work in court, is that both parties have to share a lot of information, and if one party doesn't want to share it, the other party can ask the judge to order it, correct?
That's right.
All right, and that goes on regardless of whether or not the claim is ultimately going to be successful. That's part of the initial process.
Right.
All right. And that was on the table for June 10th. That was one of the things that was on the table, correct?
The financial?
Yes.
Yeah, and there was the other interrogatories too.
And there was
that
a
they
number of
wanted
other
answered.
things as well.
Right.
All right. And if that hearing had gone forward, there could have been an order issued compelling that process, correct?
Could have been.
Could have been.
Yeah.
All right. And so once that happened, once that order gets issued, that's going to set in motion a train that's going to have to come to a conclusion in a court of law, correct?
If that happened, right. Ultimately, the judge is going to decide what has to be produced and what doesn't.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thanks.
Just a few. Mr. Waters just asked you for your opinion as to the June 10th hearing, and based on your 40 years of experience defending
I did not
cases-
ask for her for the opinion. I just asked what potentially could happen.
Let me hear the question.
based on your 40 years of experience, what was your opinion of the likelihood that the order to compel would be granted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask you this. Just because it's possible that the order could have been granted, does that make it plausible?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. If the judge had ordered the documents to be produced at the June 10th hearing, would Alec have had to turn them over immediately?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further?
If that had happened, it would have set in a process, set in motion a process, though, would it not have?
You're talking
Let me
about
rephrase that question.
If he'd ordered production of all of the documents that were requested?
Right.
Yeah. That would have been part of the process, right?
It would have started a process, an order of a judge, correct?
That's true, yeah.
It would have happened eventually if the judge had ordered that, correct?
If he ordered production of all the documents, right.
Nothing further, thank you.
Step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Please, the court, Your Honor. The next witness is an expert. It's going to take a while. We can begin and break for lunch, and then I'm do whatever you want to do.
We'll go for about a half an hour, then break. As we anticipate him, however, let's all stand and stretch for a moment. Mr. Harpootlian?
Ken ZERCIE.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You'll have a seat right up here on the witness stand. Have a seat and adjust that microphone to where you can speak into it well. And if you would, please state your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Kenneth, last name is ZERCIE, Z like zebra, E-R-C-I-E. Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. ZERCIE,
Yes, sir.
please tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where do you live?
In Madison, Connecticut.
Okay. And what do you do in Madison, Connecticut?
Currently live with my wife, and my son lives up the street from us. Currently employed by the Henry Seeley Institute of Forensic Science at the University of New Haven as the director of training. In addition to that, I'm also on staff at the university.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. Maybe it's just me, but.
I'm also on staff at the university as an adjunct professor in various forensic science disciplines.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your background. You've been involved in law enforcement in your life?
Yes, sir, I have.
Tell the jury, please, where you began.
In 1974, I became an officer with the New Haven Police Department, also in Connecticut. I was promoted to the rank of detective. Most of my career there, for my 11-year duration prior to retiring, was with the Identifications Unit, responsible for crime scene processing, evidence collection, photography, and preliminary examination of physical evidence that's found at a crime scene. After that, I retired based on a disability. I was injured and was almost immediately hired by the state of Connecticut at the Forensic Science Laboratory located in Meriden.
I'm sorry, and tell me what that was again. What was that position?
The second career, if you will, was at the Department of Public Safety, currently called the Division of Scientific Services Forensic Science Laboratory. Originally brought in as a latent fingerprint analyst, also doing footwear and tire tracking examination, as well as becoming the senior person as far as crime scene related activity that the laboratory would respond to assist investigative agencies. Over a 29-year career, I was promoted through the ranks and eventually retired as director of the laboratory.
And that's director of the Division of Scientific Services for the state of Connecticut.
Yes, sir.
And in your duties there, you indicated you started off not as a supervisor or as a supervisor?
Not as a supervisor, as a criminalist, right, with a specific function.
And a criminalist doing what kind of forensic work?
Starting primarily with fingerprints, latent fingerprint identification, and all the processing techniques involved. Because I had also experience doing footwear and tire track from the police department, I was given that task. And again, because of the crime scene background, also ended up as one of the senior people going to the major crime scenes when the laboratory services would be requested, and eventually ended up supervising the photography section because of that type of background as well.
So photography is important in processing a crime scene?
Absolutely.
Is that just for fingerprints or footprints or tire tracks or everything?
It involves the entire scene. It's the only way to bring the crime scene before a jury after the incident has occurred. Right, so it can be reviewed or
We're
seen
going to talk about
intact.
this a little bit later once I've had you qualified in these different areas. But after, and how long were you at the Division of Scientific Services?
For 29 years.
Right. Now also, and you ultimately became the supervisor of that department for the state of Connecticut.
The director of the laboratory.
Okay, so you were there from July of '84 to October of 2012.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do after 2012?
I've been an adjunct professor at 4 different universities, off and on during that period, as well as approximately 20 to 25 years prior to retiring. I maintain that. I also had a private consultant business that I've kind of let go by the wayside a little bit.
So what's the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science?
It's located at the University of New Haven. It's a separate entity under the university, and we're involved in doing scholarships, training and education, providing consultant work in cases, whether it's for the defense or the prosecution, but more to stay involved with the community and provide modern technologies.
Okay, and then you're the owner and principal analyst for Forensic Consultants of New England, LLC. What is that?
Again, that was the private business that I had on the side for doing consulting work.
Are you still doing that?
Technically, this case falls under that today.
Okay. Now, what's your educational background?
As far as criminal justice and forensic science, I have an associate's degree in criminal justice administration, a Bachelor of Science in what was called police science, basically a hybrid between administration and the forensic applications or sciences, and a master's of science in forensic science.
That's all from the University of New Haven.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have a resume with several pages of different teaching things you've done. I'm not going to go into those in detail. Now, you have taught a number of courses, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Everything from footprints to bloodstains to tire tracks to crime scene supervision to, I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. Have you ever been qualified by any court to testify about fingerprint identification, that is in a federal or state court in this country?
Yes, sir, I have.
And how many times?
Approximately 300.
300 times. And can you remember all the courts or several of the courts?
I can remember the states that they were in, but the specific ones, probably not.
Connecticut, I suppose.
Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts, Florida.
That's enough. Okay, and how many times have you been qualified on footprints, or the more technical would be, what would you call that?
Footwear tire track examination or imprint analysis.
Imprint analysis. How many
Probably
times?
about 200.
300 times you've been qualified by state or federal court to be an expert on that topic.
About 200 as far as footwear and tire track.
Okay. Now, what about, and maybe I'm getting this term wrong, crime scene management or crime scene analysis? You've taught courses on that, correct?
I've taught and been an active participant at crime scenes, yes.
Okay. How many times have you been qualified, if you have, by federal or state court to testify on that topic?
Qualified, probably 400.
400 times?
Yes, sir.
And you've testified?
Yes, sir.
And this is both state and federal courts?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify him as an expert in fingerprint analysis, footprint analysis, tire print analysis, and crime scene analysis management. Sir, tell me what the term is. Make sure I'm not screwing this up. Crime scene.
It would be crime scene examination as an overarching title.
There you go. Crime scene. Whatever he just said.
If he said it, I didn't hear it. How many times have you been qualified in tire impressions?
Approximately 200.
For tire impressions? No.
Tire and footwear.
No question.
He's so qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's talk a little bit about, I have a PowerPoint here somewhere. I believe I sent y'all last night. Yeah. Can we call that up, please? You prepared a PowerPoint for your testimony here today? Sir, you have a PowerPoint you prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we put that up on the screen, please?
Can you raise your voice any, sir?
I can, sir.
So, is this the PowerPoint?
It's the first slide, yes.
Okay, and what is this showing us?
Basically, it was put together just to give a quick demonstration on what can be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and some of the base requirements that are involved.
Okay. This says recording of imprint, impression evidence, seizure of item, photography, lifting methods, and enhancement. And that's sort of a guide about what we're about to see, correct?
Yes, it's also an outline of what could be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and then later on at the laboratory.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now, this says photographic evidence, enhanced photographs of the question imprint, impression for use in inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. Well, explain that. What does that mean?
With all types of evidence, especially at a crime scene, as I mentioned before, photography is one of the keys, documenting the evidence in place. In many cases, you can't take the evidence back to a laboratory, so you have to rely on the photographic images. If they're taken with quality equipment, quality cameras, and in a proper format, a lot of work can be done with them. They can be associated to a known and a question. Photography is still the key for bringing the scene either into the laboratory or into the courtroom.
And are there certain, and we're going to see this in just a minute, certain requirements, I guess is the right word to use, on how those photographs are taken, depending on what you want to use them for?
Correct. There are different types of photography, just as we have portrait photography here, the media that's present. All of that is a form of documentation.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a minute. And by the way, inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. What does that mean?
There's a difference between taking a picture of something and then taking a photograph for examination quality, where you do need the detail to find the individual characteristics that might be present for a comparison. And again, it would be a known, whatever the known object is, whether it's a shoe, a fingerprint, could be a tool mark, it could be any type of pattern, and the sample that's found at the scene, okay, or against the instrument that may have caused that mark. The more detailed the images, the better the quality of the examination, and the more reliable the showing of the detail and proportion. So the side-by-side comparison is your known and your question.
Okay, because most of these are basically eyeball examinations, either under a microscope or looking at it just with your naked eye, correct?
All of the above.
Right. Okay. Next, please. Photographic techniques, FUS. Tell us what that means.
It's just an acronym to help the photographer remember to do certain things, especially when it comes to analytical photographs. You want to take whatever the image on a picture or inside the viewfinder of the camera, such as the gentleman has, and fill that entire image that captures the picture. You're maximizing the amount of detail that can be retained either in a digital format or a film format. The opposite would be taking a medium close-up, where you show an overview, multiple items, or something as a wide-angle shot of the entire courtroom. So there's a whole series of photographs that go with this method. Secondly, using a scale. If it's going to be used for analysis, you want a known reference in there so that you can recreate the image later in a dark room or on a computer so that the image is now in life-size proportion. So again, if I have an article of footwear, I can place that or take a sample from it. That would be 1-to-1 or life-size. I can recreate the image, either taken from the crime scene or the standard, the photograph, using that scale to that same reference. I can also recreate that 1-to-1 so that I can get a size proportion, right, as part of the analysis. It would also be an elimination. If the sizes were different, it couldn't be from the same source. Side lighting is a lighting technique that's used. Right? When the photograph is taken, if it's an object of interest and if you're using it for analysis, you may want a side light coming in at different angles to show the different detail that might be there, especially in a three-dimensional picture. Two-dimensional, it helps, but it's not as critical. Right? And lastly, several shots. You want to take multiple exposures of each image. With digital photography today, it's a lot easier because the image pops up so you can see that you've captured it. In past technologies, you had a photograph on film and you couldn't see the result until you processed the film. which is usually long after you've left the scene or the incident. So there's several advantages to the newer technologies.
So this says special note, film plane must be level, parallel to the imprint impression.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The film plane is actually the back of the camera. It's where the image is actually captured. That film plane, if my object is here, would have to be here. I want those two images parallel. It avoids distortion and vignetting. Okay, the way the angles may come up. If you think of a tall building, right, and you look up at it, the building tends to come together. The same thing happens with angular photography. Okay, there's distortion that occurs, and even in close-up images, right? By using the scales and making sure that your film plane is parallel to the object that you're taking, right? You try to avoid that distortion as one of the considerations. And again, it would give you a more accurate rendering.
So when you take this photograph, you can compare it to a footprint, a fingerprint, a tire track. You want it, the photograph to be, the camera's lens to be parallel to that, so you're looking straight down at it.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the shots you should get, but that's the most important shot.
For analytical quality imaging, yes.
Right, if I mean, you're not taking it to send home to mom, it's for analytical purposes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you have other shots from the side or whatever, and that helps you, if you see a detail, get more perspective on it, if you will.
It could, but it also shows the orientation to the surrounding area. And again, that 3-shot sequence, close-up, medium close-up, and then an overview. You're telling a story through pictures.
So let me stop and sort of go off script for a second. You started with what police department and when?
City of New Haven.
And what was your role or job when you started?
Initially as a patrolman, doing patrol activities. Spent a year in the Corporation Council doing civil investigation. Unfortunately, I got hurt.
And
how did you get hurt? On a burglar on the premise call. I fell through a drywall and ended up destroying my left knee.
Okay, and so you had to leave the police department after that?
No, well, it was about 9 years later.
Okay, so did you continue to be a patrolman after you hurt
No,
your knee?
I was promoted and went into the identification unit after leaving the Corporation Council and was performing crime scene related activities, basic investigation.
So,
again,
so when you first started, I mean, you were a detective at that point?
when I first started as a patrol officer, was promoted to detective.
Okay, and when you're doing crime, responding to murder scenes or house breakings or whatever?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that point? At some
Plainclothes
point?
officer or detective, yes.
So when you responded to the scene, did you take a camera?
Yes, sir, always.
Okay, and did you follow fuss?
Yes, sir.
And so, I mean, this was required by procedure and policy at your department, correct?
Yes, and also the teaching in the specialized schools that I had been to.
Okay. And you started that in the 80s?
In the 70s.
70s, I'm sorry. So this is what you've done while you were a police officer for a span of decades, correct?
Yes, sir. I've also taught it.
Starting in the 70s.
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some newfound procedure. This is something you've done for 4 decades.
Correct.
Okay. Next, please. So this is use of a tripod when photographing evidence with detail. A tripod must be used.
It's recommended. It makes it more stable. You don't have to worry about even the pulse in your fingers. And depending on the length of the exposure that's necessary, causing any vibration or defocusing that might occur.
And this is a process or procedure, and this shows a guy shooting out in front, not straight down. That would be incorrect?
For a documentation or an analytical photograph, yes.
Okay.
What happens is his camera's at an angle. He's doing a flat object here, and again, the distortion effects that I explained earlier.
Okay. And this is also a procedure you followed for decades?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you taught when you taught police officers?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you heard about when you attended classes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next, please. And what does this depict?
Here we have 2 examples of the position of a camera. Right? They're line drawings on a tripod showing the proper orientation to an object being photographed. Right? The film plane, even if the item is on an angle, the camera and the lens would also be on that same angle. Right? Again, to avoid distortion.
So you ought to have a tripod, and it ought to be the lens ought to be parallel to whatever it's shooting at.
It makes it easier to have the tripod, yes.
Right. Next. Is this demonstration the same thing?
It's a demonstration showing what happens when you don't do that. If you look at the object on the bottom, the black dots, you'll notice that they're distorted, right? They're not in proper proportion, and there's some angularity to them.
Okay, next. Okay, now, tell us what these photographs are of, where did these come from?
These are images that I took at a homicide scene in the state of New York. Right. Essentially, we were asked to come and assist mutual aid, similar to the different agencies here helping one another. By going to New York, we had certain things that maybe their laboratory or their crime scene unit didn't have access to.
So tell me what the difference is.
Well, the two photographs show a kitchen area. On the right-hand side, you have what looks like a kitchen, right, a sink. And if you look directly down on the floor, there's kind of a reddish stain that you can barely see. By using various chemical processing methods, as well as photo documentation, right, the picture on the left, I was able to bring up a lot more footprints that were occult or latent. They were kind of invisible, just in very light blood residue. And the screening test that we use to try to develop those, right, reacts with the proteins that are in blood and causes a color change so that they're more visible, even if you couldn't see that area in the beginning, right? Similar to a latent print that's invisible when you touch the surface.
And what's a latent print?
It could be a footprint, it could be a fingerprint, but it's whatever residue is there that's left on a surface that you can't normally see without some type of enhancement.
Okay, and so you participated in putting the chemical on the floor here?
I put the chemical on the floor.
And what was it?
It was ortho-etylidine.
Say that again?
Ortho-etylidine.
Okay, and what year was this? Approximately.
Mid-'80s.
In the 80s. So this is not some newfound chemical. It's been around for 40 years. Okay, and this is what y'all were doing in the 80s?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you just spray it on the floor? How do you apply it to the floor?
It's sprayed with an aerosol, very similar to misting from a deodorant can or hairspray.
Okay. And how long does it take to raise these previously invisible footprints?
Almost instantaneous.
And so once those are raised, what's the next step?
If we go to the next slide.
Next slide.
Basically setting up the tripod, the camera, right, to do photo documentation. The other option is literally to cut the sections out of the floor or counter or whatever the imprint or impressions are and take that with you.
Did you just take photographs or did you cut up the floor?
We relied on photographs in this case.
Okay. And this is a tripod we see, so you're shooting straight down on the image.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next. And what is that?
That's an example of what the footprint actually looked like after enhancement. Any of the bluish, greenish areas were not visible right in the beginning.
So wherever we see blue or green here, you couldn't see that on the print on the floor, but once you did this, what had previously been invisible was now visible.
Correct.
Okay.
Photographs would have been taken before the spray and then after.
Next. And what is this?
Again, it's an example of a partial footprint or two. In this case, it's actually on plywood, and it appears to be in a blood-like substance. The scale is there just for size and measurement.
The scale is important. Right, next. What is that?
This is after enhancement, after applying the same chemical.
Go back. Forward. So, again, you applied that same, what was the name of that chemical?
Ortho-etylidine.
We've heard some testimony about something called LCV. Is that the same thing or similar?
It's similar. It's a protein dye stain, and there's several others.
And would it raise, if you sprayed it like this and took, would it raise the
It
imprint?
could.
Would it do the same thing?
Quite possibly. Each one of the reagents has a sensitivity level. Some are more sensitive than others.
And you don't use LCV?
We've used LCV, we've used amido black, we've used phenolphthalein. Right?
Okay.
So there's any number of options, and a lot of it has to do with the color. You want to have something different than the background color so that you have contrast. And that's the other part about photography. you need contrast to see something.
So like LCV, I think, turns things
Purplish,
purple. So if you have dark background, you would not want to use LCV.
most probably, yes.
Okay. Next. Is that it? Okay. What time is it? Your Honor, it's 4 minutes till 1. This might be a good time to break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess until 2:15. Please do not discuss the case. We are in recess till 2:15. Yes, sir. Before you leave.
Very quickly, I was going to hand up those 3 cases I mentioned this morning.
Come to order. Be seated, please.
You may bring the jury.
Jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Please, court, Your Honor. So, Mr. ZERCIE, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about how one would process. We showed a floor that you sprayed some chemical, I can't remember what the name of it is.
Yes, sir.
Which would bring out previously invisible imprints of feet. You could do the same thing for fingerprints?
Yes, sir. Or it would enhance what you can see already.
I'm sorry?
It would enhance what you could see already.
All right. But it would also bring out things that you can't see.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about crime scene processing. Let me, we could bring a video up, please, and y'all need to cover your screens, please. And that TV's off? Okay. Everything done? I think we want to do stage number 1. Okay, we'll start that, please. Can you play that for us, please?
This side of it. You got right here to the opposite. Well, the dad's over there. Actually, hold on. The people just won't do it. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's right. It shouldn't be.
Okay, so you recognize that is Paul Murdaugh's body covered by a sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We just saw some officers apparently taking that sheet off. This officer in particular stepped inside the feed room.
Objection.
Correct? Has that officer stepped inside the feed room?
The one on the extreme right of the image, yes.
Okay. And did you notice any protective covering on their feet?
No, sir.
And I call them booties. What do you call them?
Shoe cots or booties.
What?
Shoe cots or booties.
Oh, booties, okay. And is that, what if anything is, under the procedures you understand, is the purpose of those?
It's to keep your shoes from contaminating the scene with any residue that may be on them. And secondly, also not to allow the imprint pattern from your footwear to contaminate the scene.
Okay. Is that procedure that you teach? Is that procedure that's accepted? Is that, what is that?
It's standard operating procedure.
Standard operating procedure around the world?
It should be, yes.
Okay. Now, go forward with it, please.
There is his wall partner.
Hanging laying on the gun. Okay, my head.
You can see that officer is 2 feet inside the feed room?
Yes, sir.
No booties?
Correct.
Okay, keep going.
I don't think you're gonna fit it in 300 blackout under there.
Not unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made. I don't think he put that phone back. I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he may have done. He had a shotgun. He did have a shotgun with him, and I have secured that in my vehicle.
Yeah, but dude, it's an upward shot. There's just one over the city. Water burns inside. Yeah, but that's to get his head on. So that is done.
Let's go to McDowell body cam, stage 6. And that was, for the record, Green's body cam, stage 1.
There is parts next to him there.
All I want to do is see if I can get where you can lift it on each corner. Lift it that way. You go right here to the office.
So the dad's over there.
Yeah. All I want you to do.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets.
That's okay. That's all right. It shouldn't be anybody fire rescue right here. Lift it.
There is, his law partner is back there.
Is that the same shot, but shot from inside the feed room?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, thank you. You can turn that off. So let me ask you a couple questions about what we've just seen.
Yes,
You indicated just a moment ago that they should have had booties on, and you've explained why.
As a basic precaution so that they don't contaminate the scene, and also the scene doesn't contaminate them.
Let's talk about that sheet that was on Paul's body.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, first, would you use a sheet to cover a body?
Depends on the circumstance.
Under these circumstances?
Under these, in that the victim is not in a public access area?
Right.
Possibly. If there were other signs of contamination. In the last video, you could see raindrops coming down. But instead of a porous sheet, I'd probably use a tarp of some sort.
Something that's not absorbent?
Correct. And as a last resort.
And why would you not want to use something that was absorbent?
Well, one, because it absorbs, but it absorbs both ways. The water hitting on the sheet would go into the matrix of the material, and anything that's under it, or in this case on Paul's body, could also be absorbed up into the sheet, whether it's blood or other biological fluids that might be present.
And if you had used a sheet or any other material, would you, once you've done using it, would you discard it, or would you save it and have it analyzed, and why?
It should be preserved, and it should go with the remains, right, presumably to the medical examiner's office, and then be turned over to whoever the investigating agencies are, right, for further analysis.
And what would you be looking for?
Because there's physical contact between the sheet and the victim's body, any trace evidence such as hairs, fibers, or other materials that may be loose could be picked up, especially when it becomes moist. Right, it now becomes like a sponge and actually picks things up and takes it away. You don't know what's not there.
So, let me understand this. If somebody had walked by, let's say the assailant had walked by that body, and we're all losing hair all the time, some of us more than others, but if you run your hand through your hair, you'll lose hairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And if the assailant walked by there, and it looks like he was, the assailant, I think everyone agrees, was relatively close on that second shot anyway.
Objection. Objection is sustained.
In a hypothetical, if the assailant was close to somebody and walked by them, is there a possibility, probability that hair or other trace evidence from the assailant would end up under that sheet, in between the sheet and Paul's body?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, with the possibility, Is that the reason you say save the sheet and have it processed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's also talk about, well, first of all, you've read all the records in this case. You've looked at all the evidence that was taken from the scene. Do you find any record that that sheet was saved?
I saw no indication of it, no, sir.
Okay, or processed?
Correct.
Paul's clothes. He was clothed. What should be done with those?
Again, once they're removed from the victim, whether it's done at the medical examiner's office or in another location, again, they should be submitted to the laboratory for analysis. And again, it would be trace transfer evidence, hairs, fibers, or other materials, as well as any of the wound patterns that would appear on the outer garments themselves. Looking for things like gunshot residue, pattern analysis. It would be very helpful.
Do you see any evidence in any report of those clothes being preserved, let alone examined?
With the documents I've been provided, I have not seen any.
Okay. Now, you've just recommended doing some things in your 30 years of doing crime scene, 20?
40.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to exaggerate. 20 years of doing crime scene work, going to crime scenes and preserving evidence. Are these the kinds of things, or these things that you've done on your crime scenes in the past?
Depends on what stage the crime scene is being examined. If it's at the very end, you finished all your documentation, you finished your evidence identification, you finished all your photography, your sketch maps. As long as there's not an exigency, an emergency that's present, and i.e. that would be life safety. If it's been determined, or the presumption of death, in this case from both victims, you can slow the investigation down. Right? There's no longer an emergency to rush through everything, and you take everything through a very systematic approach.
Have you
try
done
to
that?
be as detailed as possible.
Have you done that in the past?
Yes, sir.
And if this had been your crime scene, would you have saved that sheet and saved his clothes?
Definitely.
I'm sorry?
Definitely.
Okay. Now, let's talk about Maggie, and I'm just going to cut to the chase on this. Maggie had the same kind of sheet over. Would you have done the same thing?
Yes, sir.
You would have saved the sheet, sent it for analysis, saved her clothes, sent it for analysis.
Bagging and tagging each thing separately so there's no cross-contamination between the items.
Each item bagged individually so there's no cross-contamination.
Correct.
Was that done in her case?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about let me see, I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit. Okay, let's go to the Elmo, please. Tell me what's the number on that?
States 39.
This is States 39 for the record. Now, you understand, what do you understand this to be?
It's a photograph, and it's from a report from Agent Worley from SLED.
This is of the feed room floor?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, now, earlier we saw you spray some things on a murder scene in New York. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Have you, I think Agent Worley identified or testified that in her opinion, based on her experience in footwear, that Paul's shoes were in here somewhere. Is that correct?
A pattern similar to the shoes that Paul was wearing is present, yes.
Okay. Now, did she also indicate that she also found patterns consistent with one of the law enforcement officer's shoes?
Yes, sir, she did.
That may very well have been the guy we saw step into the feed room, right?
Possible.
Okay. Now, if you had come on this crime scene and saw this, would you felt compelled to do more that we've heard from Agent Worley?
For several reasons, yes.
Okay. First of all, what would you have done and why would you have done it?
I wouldn't have walked into the room.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You stand back, you make your observations, and you determine a course of action. And everything is done in a sequence at a crime scene. Right? Again, the first part is viewing it, using a visual examination. Once you've identified areas of interest, then you determine the methodology that you're going to use to either collect, seize, document, right, the type of evidence that might be there.
So what would you have done? If you looked in the door and you see this, what do you do?
I would have started from the doorway and worked towards the back of the room in that it's a small enclosed area. So you work from front to back.
When you say work from front to back, what do you mean work? What would you do is right inside the door or right outside the door?
You would start documenting with close-ups and in the
Photographs.
case, yes, sir, that there's an imprint just to the right of the door. That would be my first area to do detailed photography and imaging, right, for later comparison.
And as you work your way back, are you careful not to step anywhere? You're wearing booties? What are you doing?
You're wearing the shoe cots or booties. In addition to that, we would usually build a bridge. Basically take two 2x4s, lay them in an area where there were no imprints, put a piece of plywood and actually stand on that so that you're not standing on the surface that the imprints are on. There are commercial products that are available that look like Tupperware boxes that you can literally stand on and do the same thing. So it preserves and protects the area that you're interested in doing the detailed work that you may be able to get more evidentiary information from.
And once you've done those photographs all the way back, what do you do next?
In this case, once the initial photographs were taken, determine if chemical processing is necessary or could I seize the item. In this case, it appears that these imprints are on a concrete base. It's a little difficult to take the entire concrete foundation and remove it, but it has been done before. In this case, again, now we work from the back towards the front using some type of enhancement reagent to try to increase the amount of detail and the clarity.
That agent is what you sprayed in New York on the floor that brought
That
up
would be
those,
one of them, yes.
those images that aren't visible to the naked eye.
Even if some of the image is visible, it can give you additional detail in the periphery or other area where there's just trace amounts.
Okay. And you work your way to the front, taking pictures as you spray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you've finished that, are you done with the floor?
No, sir.
What's now? What do you do now?
You want to take overviews to show the work that you have done, right, and show any modifications that you made to the scene. And again, make the determination, can I take the area that prints on with me? If it was a tile floor, we could pull the tiles up. But again, because this is on concrete, we'd have to rely on the documentation.
And these are still 90-degree straight down shots?
That would be the analysis part. You would still take general photographs on an angle showing the relationship.
But as you worked your way up and worked your way back, those would be vertical, I mean...
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
then you're taking general photos from different angles?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what?
With digital, you would make sure that the photos came out, that you had an image captured, and that it was sufficient for whoever needs.
Okay, now, let's...
You would also take a sample of the blood from those areas for later typing or DNA analysis, should it be necessary.
Did you find any evidence that they took a sample of this blood and analyzed it?
No, sir.
So we surmise it's Paul's blood. It could be somebody else's blood there too?
Possible.
And the only way you could rule that out is take samples?
Is to take a sample, do an analysis, and try to identify the donor.
And that was never done?
To the best of my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. So then we have a number of surfaces. Let me have them put up number 26, states 26. Okay, so, and just to cut to the chase, this is the door to the, well, I could see it a minute ago. There you go. That's the door to the feed room?
Yes, sir. The door frame on the right, door on the left.
Okay, did you see any evidence that they not dusted, that's old-timey language, that they processed that door or any other surface in the feed room for fingerprints?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Now tell the jury, please, in a summary fashion, what you would have done. Well, first of all, do you have to see a fingerprint before you lift it or whatever you call that?
No, sir.
So how do you determine whether or not they're fingerprints you can't see? What do you do?
The base processing methods, again, depend on what technologies the agency has. The simplest and the oldest is dusting with a contrasting color fingerprint powder on a brush by just applying it to the surface and dusting it through. If a finger or palm or foot or toe has come in contact with those areas, the secretions from the ridge detail, right, leaves a pattern behind. Those latent fingerprints now become patent or visible. They can be lifted, they can be photographed. They also help tell you what was touched and how things were handled. So it would help in a reconstruction as well.
That's the oldest technology there is, though, right? The throwing dust down, fingerprint dust?
At a crime scene, yeah.
Okay. I'm not talking about going into the lab and using super glue or whatever. Say, at the crime scene.
Yes.
What is the more modern? Do you use lights or do you use chemicals? What do you do at the scene?
The first method would be to use an alternate light source.
What does that mean?
It could be anything from a flashlight held at an oblique angle to see if you can find any smudges or smears. More sophisticated portable laser units. Right? Laser is an acronym for a light source that produces a wavelength of light at a very specific number. The more common today are called the alternate light sources. These are various colored lights, and usually they're light-emitting diodes or LEDs at different wavelengths of light. So in concert with a pair of glasses that are filtered, you can get a shift and you may be able to pick up fluorescence or luminescence. One of the problems is that our secretions, the oils, the fats, and the salts, don't reflect. They don't give off light. So you would need to process those, if you discovered one, with some type of chemical staining that would act as a fluorescent. And essentially it would be similar to my watch, that when it's dark, it glows.
So are these new technologies, or, I mean, is something space-age stuff, or has it been around for a while?
The light source technology has become simpler and simpler. It's now battery powered. Literally, it's a very simplified flashlight. There are also very sophisticated ones. The technology's been around for about 25, almost 30 years.
Okay, and not uncommon to be available to law enforcement labs?
No, sir. I would expect every laboratory to have some type of alternate light source.
Okay,
and
now,
the oldest traditional is ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet's a black light?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so simple mobile black light you could look at.
Scanning the surface to see if it gives you any information.
Okay. And what if you didn't use the powder or the light, what else? What else could you do?
There's chemical fuming stains that you can use, and the simplest is super glue or cyanoacrylic acetate ester.
Can you do that on a scene?
With a door like that, if I chose to do that, literally you could bag the entire area, place a super glue packet or super glue with an accelerant in it inside the chamber, now inside the plastic bag, and fume the entire door. The other would be to take the door with you and process it later.
But that takes a while, doesn't it? The super glue process?
Not necessarily. Okay, half hour, 25 minutes.
Okay. And could you spray it with something else?
Again, the same reagents that we used on the footprints to make those visible, where there was limited amounts of blood-like material, could also be used there.
And you could do that on the door, you could do that on the door frame, you could do that on any object, the methods you've talked about, on any object, literally, in that room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any evidence of any fingerprints, any effort to lift fingerprints, when I say lift, to identify fingerprints in that room or anywhere else on the property that night?
Again, not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Let me talk just for a minute about, let me find the one I want. Here we go. How about put States 195 up, please? Okay, maybe, let's see if we can tune that in a little bit. There we go. Now how about make it closer? No, the other way. Okay, tell me what this is, please.
It appears to be a photograph of multiple footwear impressions, three-dimensional renderings in a soft surface.
Okay, and this picture was taken, do you remember who took it?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. I may have a document here that'll help you with that. I can't remember. Let me suggest this just to cut the chase. You remember reading a statement concerning Swister Duffy Stone?
Yes, sir.
Is that picture taken by the Swister?
I couldn't remember his name. I believe so.
Yes, okay. And it was taken on the night of June 7th?
That's the indication in the letter.
Okay. So tell me what we're looking at here.
Again, it's a soft soiled surface. Someone or some people have been walking through that area multiple times.
And did you attempt to identify any of those footprints by comparing them?
Just by looking at the basic pattern type, the flat surface ones that have relatively no detail, just the outline of the footwear itself, could be consistent with these sandals that Miss Murdaugh
Maggie Murdaugh was wearing. What about these other shoes?
There were no exemplars that I was made aware of taken by SLED to do a comparison or to try to eliminate them.
Could you tell whether Maggie's shoes were walking over the other footprints, or were the other footprints walking over her imprints?
If those are from Maggie's sandals, they're on top of the other ones. But they're also going in two directions, and some are superimposed over the other.
When you say, okay, let me ask the question this way. Are Maggie's imprints on top of the other imprints, or are they on top of hers?
In the area that they appear, yes.
I'm sorry?
And in the area in which they appear, the answer is yes.
Yes.
They were. They were made there after, right?
Are they on top of Maggie's?
No, Maggie's are on top.
Okay, so the other imprints were there and Maggie walked on top of them?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. Now, let me see if I can save us some time here. Well, you have also reviewed the SWED procedures manual, correct? Parts of it.
In brief, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, and let me ask you this. There's certain certifications different labs receive, correct?
Yes, sir. And
the certification SWED receives for their lab, there's an acronym?
The current acronym is ANAB, A-N-A-B.
Okay.
It's the American Board of A-N-A Accreditation. I forget the last word.
Okay.
But it's a pickup from an older accreditation program that was run under the ASCLD program, the American Society of Crime Lab Director.
And tell me just briefly how that accreditation program works.
A laboratory or a crime scene unit can apply to this organization for this national, actually it's international, accreditation, which means that they're meeting a minimum criteria and minimum expectations from the parent body, right? It's a formal recognition, technically, that you're doing a good job, or at least your procedures are well written. The operation manual that I started reviewing was very thorough, was very well written, very easy to understand, but it involves everything from how evidence is processed in the agency, what the responsibilities of the different people are, including the director of the laboratory, the basic procedures and operation of the lab itself, or the crime scene unit, if it's involved in a police department that may not have a formal laboratory. The accreditation is well recognized across the country,
and so they certify that you're meeting the standards, basically.
That you're following the guidelines that you've put, and your guidelines meet a minimum standard, yes.
Okay. So, and have you ever performed these analyses? Have you ever been appointed or assigned by this group to do this?
Yes, sir.
To
Under
look at
ASCLD, the precursor to ANAB, I was also one of their auditors, and we would go to different laboratories. In fact, I did the Columbia Sheriff's Department a number of years ago.
Richland County, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Sheriff's
sir.
Department.
I forget.
So, You're very familiar with what the standards are.
Yes, sir.
In reviewing what this file and these pictures and documents, was SWED following the procedures that are required by that certification on this case?
What I had for procedures were their operation manual, how to run the laboratory and the functionalities. There's also a second set of documents called the technical documents for each one of the sections that would further in detail give you the information of how to do things. And as an example, recipes for chemical processing, right? How to put the chemicals together, how to apply them.
Well, they didn't apply any chemicals here.
Again, I didn't see those technical
According to the
procedures.
records, okay. I guess what I'm saying is, and maybe the easiest way to just get that down to the generic, did they do what they were supposed to do under these standards at this crime scene for most things? Maybe they did some things that we're not aware of, but for instance, you looked at a number of foot impressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're required to do the 90 degree and then from different directions, right?
In a best case scenario, yes.
Did you see any footwear or foot impression that was taken that way?
No, sir.
Okay, all of them were from an angle?
Yes, sir.
And once you do that, are they suitable? I think we even saw.
Objection, lead. Can't lead the witness.
To any of those photographs, no. Which of any of those photographs met the standards required to do a comparison?
None of the ones from around the victims or in the small shed area.
Okay. How many, if any, had that 90 degree on a tripod, if you will, shot? How many?
None of them.
Okay. And as a result of that, were any of them suitable for forensic comparison?
They were suitable for pattern identification, the gross pattern, but not as far as the detailed individualizing accidental characteristic that might be present.
Okay. Based on the reports we have, what effort, if any, was made to take fingerprints at the scene?
None that I observed.
Okay. Does that conduct, either for the footprints or the fingerprints, meet the standards that you use or anybody else is using when they try to evaluate?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the objection.
It says anybody else uses. Objection.
Any other department uses, any agency uses, any evaluating agency uses.
There was much more work that could have been done.
Okay. Did they do a terrible job here? He's an expert, I can ask an opinion.
I don't know what their limitations were, and I don't know what the training of the people doing the crime scene processing was. So
I'm not asking you the limitations. Looking at it, did they do a terrible job here? Did they do terrible is the wrong word. Let me get it more scientific. An adequate job to show the absence of, at the minimum, the absence of any other evidence. They do an adequate job to
I don't
eliminate.
believe so.
What?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And that's your expert opinion?
Correct.
Okay.
That much more could have been done.
Okay. And much more being done might have uncovered additional evidence that would have exculpated Alex Murdaugh, helped prove he's innocent. Correct?
Objection.
The basis for the objection.
Speculation.
On response.
Your Honor, it's what, I mean, the key here is the absence of evidence. And certainly the absence of evidence, if there was evidence they could have uncovered that they'd done this process right, it would have helped at the minimum prove there was another person that did this crime.
Speaking response, if you have one.
He's testifying in addition to speculation.
Well, he is testifying.
The objection is sustained.
Thank you. Beg the court's indulgence one moment. questions?
Cross-examination.
Please. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Wouldn't you have loved to have been Laura Rutland?
I'm not sure who Laura Rutland is.
You don't know who Laura Rutland is?
No, sir.
Laura Rutland is. It's repetitive.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you if you, and maybe I think he told you, you had read all the records in this case, and you said yes, remember?
No, sir. I've been qualifying that each time he stated it.
I'm sorry, do what?
I have been qualifying that question each time he said that.
Well,
The records that were made available to me,
okay.
the entire case jacket was not made available.
So tell these folks what was made available to you.
Photographs from the coroner's office that were taken apparently by a photographer representing them at the scene. Photographs, I believe, were taken by SLED or an investigative agency. Later, I was the recipient of 4 images, now that I know were taken by the state, well, we call them state's attorneys, district attorney. Copies of the autopsy report, some of SLED's investigative reports, such as the fingerprint section, which actually also did the footwear all the footwear examinations. Let's see. I was given access to the operations manual for SLED, right, and the letter that I just referred to as far as the origin of some of the photographs.
So you have not read all the records in this case?
Correct.
And you don't know who Laura Rutland is?
No, sir, I don't.
Would it be important for somebody, well, let me ask you this much. When did you get all that, the reports and the pictures from, when did you receive those in your possession?
Some of them as long as 2 months ago, 3 months ago, others today.
And I spent the weekend looking through some of your background.
Yes, sir.
You provide reports in a lot of cases, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Written reports?
Yes, sir.
What you do, what your findings were, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you do that in most cases, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you do a report in this case?
It was not requested.
Okay, well, so are you taking notes and are you just doing all that from memory up there?
Testimony so far has been more about procedural issues and the specifics of things that I've already reviewed.
I understand that, but that wouldn't answer my question respectfully. Have you done a report for yourself?
Do I have notes that I was taking? Yes. Do I
You
have
have
copies
those?
do I have them with me?
Yes, sir.
Strictly what's on my computer,
You gonna provide those to me?
if you wish.
Entitled to reports, not his notes. He's not entitled to Brady. He's not entitled to anything but a report under Rule 5, and there is no such thing.
He just said if you wish. He just told me I could
I
have
didn't
them.
ask for argument. The objection is overruled.
You said I can look at them?
They're not physically here, but whatever I have at another location, you're more than welcome to.
You said you had them on your computer.
Not all the handwritten notes, right? Any of the documentation I was given was by virtue of digital copies.
But you have something on your computer up there. You actually motioned toward it.
Please?
You have some on your computer up there. You
Not the
motioned
actual
toward it.
notes, no. I have the actual documents I received to review. The handwritten notes or any of the notations on images or photographs are at another location.
When did you prepare? We got the PowerPoint last night about 10 o'clock. When did you prepare that?
Which one?
Was there more than one?
There were 2.
Where's the other one?
They were both shown.
Those were 2 PowerPoints?
There were 2 separate ones, yes. I take it back. I was mistaken.
You're what? What'd you just say?
I said I was mistaken.
Okay.
There was 1 PowerPoint. There were 2 sections to it.
And when did you provide that?
Probably a week ago.
And you just said you were mistaken. You have made mistakes in your life, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I have an eraser on my pencil.
And I'm old school, you're old school. I don't mean that bad.
Thank you.
And when you were around investigating crime scene years ago, you didn't wear booties every time you were on a crime scene.
When I started doing crime scenes, they weren't part of the equipment.
So
As technology has come along, the fear of contamination, they become standard operating procedures.
But you have not always wore foot protection when you were on a crime scene, have you?
Going back 20, 30, 40 years ago, no, sir.
And you made mistakes before?
As everyone in this room, yes.
Yes, sir. Well, as you just did a minute ago, too. Can I pull up one, whoever's, are you helping us? You mind? Would you pull up something for me? 195, please. If I can't, can you send it to me? That's the one you just, this 195?
You put it on the envelope. We can't.
Can you put that on the envelope? Thank you, I didn't mean to. Now, you remember a minute ago when Mr. Harpootlian asked you about states 195?
Yes, sir.
And it's important when these footprints were put on here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you know who first saw those footprints?
No, sir.
You don't, that's right. It's Laura Rutland. Would it have been important to you to come in and you're basically second guessing the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division? Well, you're being paid to come in and say they did a bad job, aren't you?
I even qualified that answer. Depending on the limitations of their skill sets, depending on the limitations of equipment that they have in their training, they may have done the best job they could.
But you're second guessing the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and SLED and saying they did a bad job, didn't you?
With that particular image,
Well, no, you've said it about the whole thing.
Have you finished your answer? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
are you referring to this image or the
Right now,
entire?
okay, yes, sir.
As far as that picture goes, it's a good general overview documentation of an area without additional photographs, which I know there are. There were 4 in the series, if I'm not mistaken. All right. It does show this area in concert with a portion of the crime scene. That can be equated back to one of the diagrams that was prepared. This particular picture is a medium close-up showing a particular area, as I tried to explain with the photography, showing multiple images and how they relate to one another. The other photograph would show how it relates to the scene. The part that's missing are the macro or the close-up photographs showing the detail of the images, so that should a pair of shoes or article of footwear be available, they could then be directly compared and analyzed and either included or excluded from consideration in the case.
And if you had a witness, let me just ask, if you're giving an opinion up here and evaluating the crime scene, wouldn't you want to know if there was a witness who saw this image when they were just the sandals on it? Wouldn't you want to know that if you were evaluating, second guessing whether a law enforcement did a good job? Wouldn't you want to know that?
It would be helpful, but that's not what I was presented with.
You weren't even presented with that.
I was presented with a photograph and asked to interpret what's there.
But if there's a witness who said, I saw those and they were just those sandal prints and nothing else there, you'd want to know that.
First off, I'm not an investigator. I don't do interviews. I don't talk to people about what they did or saw. As a scientist, you evaluate the information that you're given to work with insofar as possible. These images have very limited value for analysis. How they got there, I don't know. An article of footwear came in contact with that surface, as I explained, and left an impression, a three-dimensional image. As far as who was there, how many people walked through, I don't know. I was not at the scene at the time of the incident, nor have I ever been to the crime scene.
You've never even been in the crime scene?
Correct.
I mean, isn't that important if you're going,
Not for the limited purpose that I was asked to look at the evidence. And as the time had elapsed, there's no way to go back to a scene that occurred 2 years ago and try to interpret evidence that probably no longer exists.
and will you just please answer this one question?
Yes, sir.
If there was information from an individual who saw this scene on June 7th, 21, that when she saw it, there were nothing but the sandal prints and nothing else, wouldn't you want to know that?
Again, as a scientist, I can only deal with what's put in front of me. I avoid witness statements because of their unreliability.
An eyewitness who said, I just saw sandals, you wouldn't want to know that?
I would not care.
Would you care
I'm
if
looking-
you were a beat cop? If you just saw sandals yourself?
I was not a scientist at that point. I was not subject to biased accusations, all right, and undue influence from others.
You talking about Mr. Harpootlian or me?
Both.
Okay. And the reason I'm following up on that, and I wasn't clear, Mr. Harpootlian said, were these over other imprints or over? They're actually over each other. The sandals are over themselves, the imprints, correct?
I said that, yes.
Okay. Well, it wasn't clear. You're not saying they were over these other.
It may not have been clear to Mr. Meadows. It was clear to me. It was clear to everybody else in the court.
I also stated that they're on top.
Objection is sustained.
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Examination by the counsel. Cross-examination, not direct examination.
And finally on this topic, Mr. Harpootlian said that these photos were taken on June 7th of 2021, and that's what you thought, correct? That's what you were provided.
The appearance from the letter that was, I believe, attached to those images gave that indication, yes.
Okay. And did it say what? Beg court's notice. They were actually taken on June 8th, 2023, later that day. Did you know that?
Apparently, the person who authored the letter authenticating the photograph was inaccurate.
It was March States 565, Mr. ZERCIE.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, without objection, 565.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Now, Mr. ZERCIE, looking at, I think it states 139, and this now states 565, using common sense, are those consistent with this?
It's the nature of objection.
He's an expert
The legal
witness.
basis for the objection.
The legal basis is he's applying the wrong standard, common sense. He's a scientist. He can make a comparison scientifically.
The objection is overruled.
In general pattern design, this pair of sandals possibly made the smooth imprints that appear in the picture. However, I cannot tell you size, right, or individual patterns, as the images here, again, were not recorded properly, if that's what they were.
Okay.
There are similarities to basic pattern design to these shoes.
Okay. And you'd have said that, and I'm sorry, you'd have said that as a beat cop 40 years ago, and same thing right now today, wouldn't you?
Except now I have to do it as an expert witness, which is much different.
getting paid a lot more.
Yes, sir.
How much are you getting paid an hour?
The base fee was $350 an hour,
I'm sorry?
$350 an hour.
That's the base.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you get paid for travel?
Yes, sir.
How much?
This time, strictly the airfare.
Okay. You don't get paid while you're traveling?
No, I'm not charging for time.
You usually do?
Again, depends on the circumstances.
And you know I gotta ask this.
That's okay.
Do you get paid more for sitting in that chair than you do for not being? Inside the courtroom, testimony costs more than outside?
It's the same fee.
$350.
It's a basic 10-hour charge for testimony.
And how many hours have you logged so far?
Total 20 plus today and, you know, the travel, but I'm not charging for the travel time.
And is there extra charge for the PowerPoint?
No, sir, it's all part of the examination. Multiples of the same one. Some are multiples of the same print.
I'm going to show you what's marked. Stakes 559 and 558. Mr. ZERCIE, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, 558 and 559 without objection?
Without objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
560 and 561, Mr. ZERCIE, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, 560 and 561 without objection?
No objection, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
$564?
Yes, sir, I do.
564 without objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
566?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying yes, sir, that means you recognize them? And
Yes, sir.
566 without objection?
Without objection, Your Honor.
And 557?
Yes, sir.
557 without objection, Your Honor.
Without objection.
They're admitted.
562 and 563?
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with this report and this one.
Your Honor, 562 and 563 without objection?
Without objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And Dr.
Mister,
Apologize. Mr.
no problem.
Mr. ZERCIE, 56, and I'll stand back here so everybody can hear, sorry. 556 and 564 are pictures of Paul's shoes and Alex's shoes, correct?
There are photographs taken at the laboratory of the two articles that you mentioned by ownership, apparently.
Okay. Who've been
With-
identified as Paul and Alex's shoes?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And then what are these, 561 and 560?
Depending on the methodology that was used, either placing a slurry of ink on the bottom of the shoe, rolling it onto a contrasting surface, i.e. a piece of paper, of both, you have a set of the left and 2 sets of the right shoe, all right, to try to record any of the detail that would show in a 2-dimensional impression when the shoe comes in contact with the surface.
And that's 589 and 559, I believe, are the right shoe, and 560 and 561 are the left shoe of Alex Murdaugh. Would you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And that's good to do, isn't it?
Yes.
No question about that.
It's part of the examination process.
Take a picture of the soles,
Photograph the items,
do an imprint.
life-size, not as represented in those pictures, but yes.
Because you're trying to see if they're characteristics, correct?
If you have something to compare them to, yes.
Class first.
There's 5 criteria: size, shape, wear, pattern, manufacturing, and the final one is individual. The accidental cuts, scratches, gouges, or residue that may be stuck in the bottom of the shoe that would leave a pattern behind.
General class, and then see if you got some kind of individual defect, or I pronate, so that would show on my shoe, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. And if you supernated, it would too.
Say what? Super, I got you, my bad, I didn't hear you.
Has to do with the way the foot flexes at the ankle.
I understand, I didn't hear you. In 198, 199, RDN evidence, would you dispute that these were the right and left of Paul?
They were shown to me as representative of that, yes.
Okay. And that's good.
Yes.
That's good law enforcement.
That's part of the examination process, yes, sir.
And what's now been admitted into evidence, SLED's report by Special Agent Worley, 2 reports, one more detailed than the other, where she basically gave her conclusions about looking at these footwear impressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can't disagree with anything that she came up with, can you?
No, in fact, I agree with her comments about the limitations that were placed on her to do the analysis.
Pretty good examination, wasn't it?
I have no problem with it.
You have no problem with it?
No, sir. In regards to the limitations that were placed on her.
But she tried.
Yes, sir.
And they tried.
Yep.
And they took pictures.
And the pictures that were taken made it difficult, if not impossible, as she states in her report, to draw a positive conclusion in one direction or another, to only be able to give a class characteristic of basic pattern design.
She wasn't basically 90 degrees over it, but the picture was there, still there, correct?
Pardon?
She could still compare these to a picture, couldn't she?
As far as general pattern characteristics, yes.
And I think Mr. Harpootlian showed you some of these. They're out of order, beg your course indulgence. An inked impression and overlay of item 103 shoes, which I think you and I have identified were Paul's shoes, correct?
If that's the number that's on the shoe, yes.
And she compared those to the digital photos, and I think, were they in here? This is 38, it's got 105.1. You remember looking at these?
Yes, sir.
And 105.2 and 105.3 inside the feed room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And 105.5? .105.1, right here. And did she make that mark and put it on there, 105.5, 105.1?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that states 38. What'd she
Again,
say?
to the best of my knowledge, she made that mark.
I understand. What did she conclude about that?
If I could have a report, I'd be happy to read it. Either her report or her work notes, either one.
How about if I hand you this? I ain't got enough room in here, so.
This is from her examination worksheets. Under the
105.1.
under the accreditation, these notes would have been taken contemporaneous with the examination that she was conducting. All right. Now, there may be a typed transcript of those. And could you repeat which section again?
You got my mark calculated.
There's a mark on 103.2. And you have an underlined section on 105.1.
105.1. You read my underlined section, please.
Strictly that out of context?
No, you read it all. I didn't mean that. You read everything you want. Tell them about what she did. Tell her everything.
No, this is what Agent Worley did. From her examination worksheet dated 6/23/2021, all right, regarding reliability tested, not applied, all right, examination notes, subsection section 105 for item 105.1. Unknown footwear impression in photograph number 0139. Each photograph that was taken has a specific number assigned to it by the digital cameras, so you can go back to that specific image. Near the feed room door threshold, this would be, to me, it's closest to the entryway itself. The item 105, unknown footwear impression, consists of partial impressions and suspected blood on a cement floor. The outsole design consists of at least 4 rows of parallel rectangular blocks. One block is in a row by itself and appears to be 2 blocks that are joined together, forming more of a V or a U shape. Due to the amount of suspected blood, right, in the impression, it is difficult to determine if those or any of the blocks that appear to be joined together are actually joined in the design, or if the volume of suspected blood is masking the separation of the joints. The sentence with the underlined section: overall, the item 105.1, unknown footwear impression, is consistent with the outsole design of the item 103 right shoe.
That's consistent with Paul's shoe, correct? Assuming Paul's shoe is 103.
It's consistent with that one that's represented, yes.
Thank
you. Okay. Again, this is her opinion.
I understand.
All right. Specifically, the unknown impressions appear to be consistent with the 2nd through the 6th rows of the toe end of the outsole. There is barely a noticeable difference between the design of the left and the right shoe. However, there is a slight variation in the slant of the blocks, especially in the middle row of the impression. Additionally, it is the photograph where, if the photographs were true to size, there is an outline of the blocks that would align with the 5th row of the toe end of the shoe, which is obscured in item 103, left shoe, but is clearly visible in the right shoe. Due to the quality, of the impression, a more meaningful conclusion cannot be rendered. The item 21 and 95, right, have been eliminated based on the outsole design.
So
those would be Paul's shoes and Maggie's.
So she found that that was consistent with Paul's shoe, correct?
Based on her opinion, yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to go through every one of these, but I just want to briefly go through Did she also, on the 105.2 footwear impression, say that Paul's shoes were consistent?
And continues, the lack of clarity in the impression makes it difficult to determine if it was made by the left or the right shoe. Therefore, a more meaningful conclusion cannot be reached. And they were eliminated.
It's consistent, correct? The lack of clarity make it difficult to determine a more meaningful, but it's consistent, right? They weren't eliminated. Why'd you say that?
I read the next line.
Yeah, but that's item 21 and 95.
Correct.
You were trying to imply that.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You made a mistake?
No.
Well, you said they
The
were
last-
eliminated.
I object to him standing up, badgering this witness next to him. He can read it. He can comment from back here. He's in the doorway, but again, I object.
All right.
For clarity.
This moment.
He's been
The
up here
objection is to you standing in the doorway.
He's been standing up here the whole
No.
time. Aimed a gun at us yesterday from here.
Pardon?
He aimed a gun at us from here yesterday.
Good for the goose, good for the gander is a rule, and I can't find it in my rule book.
Well, we're operating with limited space. Just as a matter of trial procedure, it's extremely unusual for counsel to stand in the locations where counsel have been standing throughout the trial. But given the limited space, it's somewhat understandable. But he has moved to the podium. Go right ahead.
Did you misspeak just then?
I did. All right, the last sentence states, the items 21 and 95, the other two articles of footwear, are eliminated based on their outsole design.
But Paul's wasn't eliminated.
In a very basic way, and because, again, by her report, by what she reports as the contamination issues, all right, blood seeping into other areas, the detail is not there to be definitive. Also, there is no rendering of the size of the image from any of the crime scene photographs. Could it be this big, or could it be this big? I can't eliminate based on size.
And if we could go to 105.3, and I'll stay back here and left you a copy there, and I've got a copy.
Yes, sir.
That's an unknown footwear impression represented.
Your Honor, I'm wishing to tell us what exhibit he's No, I mean, what exhibit you just handed him? What did you just hand him?
To the report that you didn't object to.
I don't object to it, I just don't want to know what it is.
It's photograph 29.
It's 1562.
Thank you.
Sorry. I forgot where we were.
105.3.
Thank you. Under 105.3, can you tell me, which is comparing, I'm looking now in states 40, and do you see 105.3 in states 40, and did you review that when you were evaluating this case? And
I read the reports and matched photographs up to the scene, yes. Or the reports. Whoops, sorry.
And did Agent Worley conclude that item 105.3 unknown footwear impression is consistent with the outsole design of item 103 right shoe? Did she conclude that?
I just,
Oh, I didn't read it. I picked it up if I was still up there, sorry.
it cannot be,
105.3.
it just says it cannot be excluded.
Did she say impression is consistent with the outside design of 103 right shoe? In the
Although-
second paragraph.
And continuing, although there is minimal amount of detail observed in item 103, right shoe cannot be excluded due to the basic design and structure. Again, the limited amount of detail made a very qualified findings. The other part, continuing on with this document and her final report, they all indicate that there could be no size comparison. And again, there's no way to determine that.
But she tried.
She tried the best she could, yes.
And going on down, 105.4, there was an unknown impression represented on the back of Maggie's leg.
Yes, sir.
I don't even know if he talked about it, but I'm going to 541.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that? What were her findings?
I believe that she couldn't do anything with it.
Although there's a definite pattern visible, it cannot be definitively determined if the impression is a footwear impression or if it was created by some other object, right?
Correct.
And you agree with that?
Yes.
And the only thing she said it was kind of consistent with was the fabric portion of item 95 sandals that couldn't be excluded. And those are Maggie sandals, right? We don't know what it is, right?
Correct.
Sandals?
Could be that. Could be anything.
Could be a tire on an ATV?
Possible.
And let's keep going. We're almost through 105.5. And is that comparing the shoes with 557, which has been offered?
What is 557?
It's right here.
Okay.
105.5, 105.6. You've looked at this.
The area behind the door, yes, sir.
You've looked at that. Overall, the item 105.5, unknown footwear, corresponds with the outsole design of item what right shoe?
Item 103.
That's Paul's.
Again, these are class identifications. There is very limited detail.
And let's go to the final one here, 105.6. Unknown footwear impression, too partial to determine if it was made by the square diamond pattern of one of the item 21 shoes. Therefore, no conclusion could be rendered. Item 105.6, unknown footwear impression was not made by 95 and 103.
Yes, sir.
She examined every footwear, every one of these, correct? She being Agent Worley?
According to her report, yes, sir.
Took pictures of them, imprints of them,
Yes, sir.
compared them,
Yes, sir. Insofar as she could.
and came up with a report.
Again, I was not requested to write a report.
You don't even have a report.
Correct, sir. I've said that 3 times.
So you have no idea if everything else they didn't provide you was done 100% correctly?
No, sir.
Very, very briefly. Let me see if I can do this in less than 5 minutes. He asked you, yes, there's a photograph up here he asked you about in the sand with impressions, shoe impressions, right?
Yes, sir.
So if this Laura Rutten person that saw this earlier said all she saw were sandals when she got to the crime scene, and then there were impressions over those sandals, would that indicate that somebody in some way spoiled or affected the crime scene that arrived after the police did, or with the police, or were the police?
After the observation, yes.
Is that something encouraged in these policies and procedures, to actually walk over footprints in the crime scene?
The primary redress at any scene is to protect the evidence, whatever it might be.
Was that protected?
I don't know.
It would appear if one officer saw just sandal impressions, and then after that there are footprints on it, it's not protected.
Objection to leading.
Can't lead the witness.
We'll move on. So you were asked if Agent Worley did all she could do, and you said she tried.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, she tried with, she even says that the impressions, the pictures of the impressions are inadequate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because they didn't follow the simple procedures you've been doing for the last and most police departments have done for the last 2 or 3 decades, right?
And has been taught for a number of years.
No tripod, no direct angle. And let me ask you this. I believe we've asked this before, but if she had done what you did in that New York crime scene and sprayed a chemical.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't know if you
Heard the question.
I haven't finished. So, if she had sprayed the chemical we saw in the pictures that you had in your PowerPoint from New York, what, if any, difference could that have made?
If there was a blood-like substance present, and more especially in and around the partial prints that were visible, it could give you additional detail and further enhance the pattern design and hopefully give you individualizing characteristics for comparison at a later date. The difficulty with this whole case is I can't tell you when those prints were put there.
You can't tell me what?
I cannot tell you when those prints were there. The only comment that you can make is sometime prior to the time the photographs were taken, the print was placed there.
Okay. And this technology of using that spray is decades old also?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you said she tried. Could she have tried harder? Could she have tried better? Could she have used the techniques that have been around for 20 or 30 years to make sure there wasn't the perpetrator's bloody footprint in the feed room? Could she have done that?
She or someone with their investigative group that would be qualified to do that.
Okay. And he asked you a series of questions, went on for 10 minutes about, she compared this.
Objection.
The objection is sustained as to the comment.
Were you asked about a series of report with a series of comparisons of pictures with different known shoe impressions?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you indicate that now if there was a match, what word would be used? Would it be consistent or would it be something stronger?
It depends on the type of analysis and the amount of information that you could call or get from it.
Do you ever say this shoe made that impression?
In an all better world with proper individualizing characteristic and the 5 criteria that I mentioned before, you could reach that conclusion.
Okay, but she says consistent.
Correct.
That's not that shoe made that impression. It's that shoe could have made that impression.
That shoe or any other pattern similar to that could have made it.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Meadows.
Do a second PowerPoint that said that Marco Maggie was consistent with the shoe. Did you do another PowerPoint?
I've done several.
You've done several?
Yes, sir.
Where's the other one?
Chose not to use them.
They chose not to use them. That's all.
may step down.
Thank you.
We'll take a little break. If you go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case.
Please be seated.
Your Honor, I failed to put the PowerPoint exhibit number 145 into evidence. Mr. Medders graciously has agreed to allow me to put it in at this point. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No objection.
Offered into 145 into.
Submitted without objection.
Do I have to buy you dinner now? Excuse me.
Ready for the jury? Bring them in.
Jury is present, sir.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Barbara Ann MIXSON.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic if you need to. State your name again for the record, please, ma'am.
Barbara Ann MIXSON.
And spell your last name.
MIXSON.
You have a seat, please. Can we pull that mic close to you? Ms. MIXSON, will you tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you're from, how old are you, and what do you do?
My name is Barbara MIXSON, and I'm from Farmville, South Carolina, and I'm a widow. I have 4 daughters, 5 grands, 2 great-grands, and I do housekeeping and care for Miss Elizabeth Murdaugh, and I'm 71 years old.
71 years old. And how long have you been doing housekeeping for Ms. Libby Murdaugh?
42 years.
42 years. And you did housekeeping for Mr. Randolph Murdaugh when he was alive, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And do you know all the Murdaugh children, Randy and Lynn and John Marvin and Ellett?
Know them just as good as I know my kids. They are my kids also.
And they're part of your family?
That's right.
Now, are you part of their family?
Yes, sir.
How well do you know Alex sitting here in the courtroom?
Just like I know one of my kids.
And you love him like one of yours?
I sure do.
Okay. Did you know Maggie?
I know her real well. She was like a daughter and a friend.
Did you talk to her frequently?
Every day.
And did you know Paul?
I sure did.
how often would you see Paul?
I would see Paul practically every week. He would come down to see M in Hanson, and then I would be there during the day. And some days he'll come by my house and see me.
Right. And you know Buster?
I sure do.
And he's sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Got a chance to see him?
Yes, sir.
Just not going to take a whole lot of time, Ms. Mixson, but we just give the jury a little bit of a understanding of how frequently Alec would go by and check on his mom and dad over, say, the last 10 years.
Practically every day when I'm there. I see them every day, and I'm there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Sometimes I have to work on Saturday and Sunday, and he would come by.
And what time of day, I guess, the hours that you worked over at, did you call the place Almeda, or do you call it Almeda?
Yes, sir.
And what are your normal hours there at Almeda?
8 to 3.
And it's always been 8 to 3 for?
8 to 3, always.
And you took some time off when your husband was sick, and then you went back to work. You remember when you went back to work?
My husband passed on January the 2nd of 2019, and I went back to work in August of 2019.
And during that period of time, you were working 8 to 3?
8 to 3.
Okay. And I think you said Alec would come by frequently to check on his mom and dad?
Yes, sir.
Would Maggie come with him?
Well, not through the week. I mostly see Maggie like on Fridays, or she might stop by like that. But later will come through the week by itself.
Okay. And I think you mentioned Paul would visit?
Yes, sir.
Just want to go to June 7th. You remember that awful day, Ms. Mixon?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to Maggie that day?
I talked to her on June. I talked to her on June the 9th. I think it was between 7 and maybe 7:30.
June the 7th is when she was murdered.
That's right, June the 7th.
And you talked to her that evening?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what y'all talked about?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about?
She said, Barbara, I was trying to reach you before I left to go to Somerville. I had to take my mama to the doctor, and I couldn't get a hold of you. But I am going to fix supper for the Murdaugh's and for your family for Wednesday night. Because Thursday, I got to go take my daddy to the doctor. And she said, oh, Barbara, I'm going to call you back. She said, no, hold on a minute. That either Elliot or Buster calling me. She said, I tell you what, I'll call you back when I unload the car. And I never got the call back.
The last time you talked to her?
Yes, sir.
And the last conversation you had with her, she was planning to make you dinner. Is that right?
Dinner for me and her in-laws.
What was happening on June the 7th? Do you remember Mr. Randolph, what his situation was?
Well, John Marvin came to take Mr. Randolph to the doctor. And, I remember that part, because he was real sick.
And after John Marvin took Mr. Randolph to the doctor, you remember that Mr. Randolph got checked into the hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember calling Alec?
Yes, sir.
On the afternoon of June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And what did you talk about?
Objection to hearsay.
What did you talk about?
Objection's overruled.
What did you talk about, Ms.
Oh, I called Elliot. Well, first I called Chrissy. I always call Chrissy first. I couldn't get Chrissy. So then I said, well, let me call Elliot. So I called Elliot. I said, Elliot, your mom is very agitated. She is crying. I give her medicine, and I want you to come check on her later on during the day. And he said, okay, I will.
Was Ms. Libby agitated?
Because Mr. Randolph had done gone to the hospital.
But, and she was in fact agitated, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by agitated?
Well, she was crying a lot, and I couldn't get her to eat, and she just, she just agitated. She wasn't.
And I'm going to show exhibit that's in evidence. Doug, if you could pull up the State's Exhibit 520 and go to page 21, which is the Rudolphski extraction long version. Ms. MIXSON, can you see there's an entry on this timeline at 3:58:39. Alex Murdaugh received an incoming call from Barbara MIXSON. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
You think that's when you called Alex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is on June the 7th, for the record. All right, you can take that down, Doug. How'd you learn about Maggie and Paul?
Well, I was sitting on my porch, and my daughter, which she's in the courtroom, Shirley, Officer Stacy Lord-Hope came and pulled up. Shirley, my daughter, was in the courtroom. She jumped out of her car and told me to say, Elliot found Maggie and Paul dead.
So a police officer came to your house?
Two of them. It was Stacy Lord-Hope and then another one. And I said, could I go out there? And they said, no, you couldn't go out there.
Okay. And Ms. MIXSON, that was a Monday night, and do you remember Mr. Randolph dying on a Thursday, passing on a Thursday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was June the 10th.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember that the funeral for Maggie and Paul was that Saturday? Do you remember the funeral service at the graveyard for Maggie and Paul on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Randolph's funeral was on that Sunday. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And the next day was a Monday. Did you work that day?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you come to work?
8 o'clock. Well, about 5 minutes to 8.
And who did you relieve?
Shelley Smith.
Okay, so Shelley would have worked the night shift, and you came on at 5 till 8?
Yes, sir, and released her.
And did you work that Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you get to work?
5 minutes to 8.
And were you relieving Ms. Shelley Smith?
Yes, sir.
And what about that Wednesday?
I released Shelley Smith 5 minutes to 8.
All right. And Ms. MIXSON, on any of those days, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, when you relieved Ms. Shelley Smith, did you see a tarp opened up anywhere in Ms. Libby's house?
No, sir.
No blue tarp? You see no blue tarp on a rocking chair?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen a blue tarp laid out in the house?
I never seen a blue tarp laid out in the house. Never.
And you relieved Ms. Shelley
Yes,
every
sir.
day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of that week?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have here.
By the state.
Very briefly. Captain Ms. MIXSON. How you doing?
I'm doing good, and you, sir?
Been better, been worse? We met a few weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
You remember down at the...
Yes, sir.
Not far from here.
Yes, sir.
You love Alex.
I love all of them.
You love
They
them.
like my children.
They like your family.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about that day before, briefly. You remember that day, the 7th, like he just asked you, we talked about what you did that day and who you talked to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't tell us about that conversation you had with Alex that day, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. When, had they talked to you about that recently? When's the first time you told anybody about that?
I can't remember, but I can't remember. It's been a little while. I can't remember.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Every witness 2 steps down is excused.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, this defense calls MICAH STURGIS.
raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the microphone in the seat if you need to. State your name again for the record, please, sir. Sure. Spell your last name.
MICAH STURGIS, last name STURGIS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sturgis.
Good afternoon.
To start with, can you just tell us about yourself? Where are you from?
Sure. My name is MICAH Sturgis. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I am the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Professional Investigations.
You pull the mic a little closer.
Sorry. Better? Yeah. I'm the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Investigations.
Okay. And tell us about your experience in law enforcement and then cell phone forensics.
Sure. So from 2004 until 2016, I was employed by the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office. It's a full-service sheriff's office located in Cleveland County, North Carolina. They're on the border of North and South Carolina. During that time period from 2004 to 2006, I was a patrol deputy. In 2006, I was promoted to a corporal or training officer, where I trained new hires. In 2009, I was promoted to detective. In that capacity, I handled everything from larcenies to murders. And then I took on the role of the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office. Was the first one that we had, and I formed the digital forensics lab at the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
And before we get more into digital forensics, you've been involved in murder investigations before?
I have, yes.
Okay. As a lead detective?
As a lead detective, yes.
And then as you go into digital forensics, tell us about your experience with digital forensics in law enforcement, and then afterwards, and then after that we'll get to your certifications and training.
Sure. As the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office, it was my responsibility to handle all the digital evidence that came into the lab, and I was also in charge of ordering things that needed to be ordered and stocked up on for digital forensic purposes. And during that time period, I was sponsored by the United States Secret Service to attend the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I was trained in mobile device examination, multiple tools, Celebrite, Blackthorn, which is a form of Burla Ivy, XRY, which is another forensics tool. Paraben was another tool that we used. And so I received that training from the NCFI. They also sent me back with several things, one of which being a laptop computer or a MacBook in order to do examinations on, and also a Ramsey's box or a Faraday box that I used to use whenever we had phones that came in.
And let's just, since we're kind of on it, could you go through the training you've had in digital evidence?
Sure. So I have had the basic and intermediate cell phone forensic courses, introduction, intermediate, and advanced computer forensics, internet investigations, introduction to wireless investigations. I was a Lantern certified examiner, attended the Lantern cell phone training. Lantern is a forensics tool for Apple devices, primarily Apple devices, does some Androids. Apple iOS forensics, I attended that at the American Academy of Applied Forensics in Charlotte. Cyber investigations, I was nominated and sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute by the United States Secret Service, where I received my mobile device examiner certification. I also received Celebrite certifications while there at the NCFI, and Paraben mobile forensic training, Celebrite certified physical analyst, received XRY training at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and took the XRY intermediate courses. In 2017, I attended the Infuse conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I sat for my ENC written examination. Later came back to Charlotte and did the practical examination, where I was certified as an in-case certified examiner in 2017. And attended the Magnet User Summit a couple of times, received some training on their tool there at in one in Las Vegas, the other in Nashville. Received introduction to alternate data acquisition training, wireless analysis training. I received my Lantern Certified Examiner from Katana Forensics, my XRY Certified Examiner from MSAB, the Celebrate Mobile Forensics Fundamental Certification, the Celebrate Certified Operator Certification, Celebrate Physical Analyst Certification, and then the Celebrate Certified Mobile Examiner Certification, and also my In-Case Certified Examiner Certification.
And can you tell us about how many extractions or acquisitions of digital evidence you've performed?
Sure. Well over 500 logical physical acquisitions and extractions using Lantern, the Apple device, forensic tool, Celebrate, Blackthorn, XRY, Paraben, and over 750, well over 750 images of hard disk drives or solid state drives of computers, and analyzing that data within either FTK or In-Case. FTK's Forensics Toolkit. It's a forensic suite. Examined it in In-Case, Magnet IEF, which is Internet Evidence Finder. That's what they started out as. They're now Magnet Axiom is the product that they produce and put out. So I've used Axiom to do multiple examinations with that. Image with hardware forensic imagers like the Forensic Falcon. I've used Paladin to get live acquisitions, Macquisition for Macs, and Recon ITR for MacBooks. Also had to collect checkpoint encrypted devices with my time at the bank.
And that leads into, when did you leave law enforcement and what have you done since you left?
Sure. In 2016, I received a phone call from an individual who owned a private firm in Charlotte, and I went to work for him as a digital forensic examiner in the South Park area of Charlotte.
Okay. And after?
After that, I worked for him from 2016 until roughly 2019, and then I went to Wells Fargo, where I was one of 24 examiners for the Wells Fargo and Company. After leaving Wells Fargo in 2021, I went and formed this lab at Barefoot Professional Investigations.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert by court to testify before?
Yes, I have in both criminal and defense work.
Okay. Criminal work, civil cases?
And civil as well, yes.
And in the criminal cases, have you been on the defense side, the prosecution side, both sides?
I've been on both.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in digital forensics in a murder case before?
I have, yes, in 2015.
And was that for the prosecution?
It was for the prosecution.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer the witness as an expert in cell phone forensics.
No objection from the state.
So qualified.
Mr. Sturgis, before we get into the what we're here to talk about, are you paid by the defense to be here?
I am.
And how much?
My rate is $300 an hour for any type of examination work or consultation, and then $600 an hour to be on the stand.
And does that go to the company that employs you?
It does.
In your experience, are you aware of anyone who does this work for free for the defense?
No, I'm not. In fact, I do IDS work.
What's that?
IDS work is indigent service, so people who can't afford defense experts, and I do that work, and the state pays me.
Turning to this case, have you? What information have you reviewed regarding the cell phones in this case?
Everything that I've been able to look at and review has been provided by the state.
And specifically the extractions, where
right,
they're from?
Specifically the extractions of the mobile devices and reports that they've produced.
So you haven't done anything independent of what the state has provided?
No, only the state's data.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the timeline that's been introduced into evidence in this case? I believe it was, I don't have the exhibit number on me, but the large timeline of events was...
The one provided by the state, yes.
And as far as the cell phone information goes, Is that timeline accurate?
It is there, with the exception of a couple of things based off interpretation of the data, but for the most part, yes, it is accurate.
Is anything missing?
There are 2 instances where there's some things from the Knowledge C database that aren't in the report that I've been able to locate and identify.
Okay, and we'll later on get to that, but we won't have to belabor it because we'll just sort of be filling in those gaps. But there are 3 phones here. Paul, Alex, Maggie Murdaugh. What did you do with Paul's phone, if anything?
With Paul's phone, the extraction reports that I received, there wasn't much data after 8:49, somewhere in that time, on 6/7. So I didn't really focus much on that one. With Alex's phone, that one reviewed the steps that were there in the Apple Health sections. And with Maggie, I really focused my attention on Maggie's.
Okay. And so we'll focus on her phone. Was there any GPS data on her phone?
There was GPS data, but there was nothing from 6/7.
Remember when the GPS data started?
It was 6/9.
Okay. And you mentioned when talking about, I think, your qualifications, Faraday bags or boxes. What are those?
So a Faraday bag or a Faraday shield is something that completely takes the device off the network. It also prevents GPS signal from reaching the device and changing data to the device.
You could describe your experience working with those in law enforcement?
Sure. So part of my responsibility when I worked at the Sheriff's Office as head of the Digital Forensics Lab was to make purchases. So I would purchase these Faraday bags for our patrol officers. So when they came out on scene and came across, if we had an instance of a crime where a phone was used and they needed to seize that phone, they had access to those bags, either in their cars or back at the office in the shared vault room where they could go in and put their evidence up. And if it's a good bag, which, if you buy the right bag and the phone's put in there the proper way, then it prevents signal from reaching the phone.
And then, did you mention a box?
Yes, so it was a Ramsey's box, is what I called it. The Secret Service provided that to me when I left their training. And with that box, what I would do is I'd take the phone from the Faraday, or from evidence that was in the Faraday bag wrapped up, put it inside the Faraday box, or the Ramsey's box. It has 2 gloves that I'd shove my hands into. My computer and the forensic software would be plugged into the side of the Ramsey's box. It was a powered box. There was a light on the inside, so it had a window I could look into, and then I could manipulate the bag and open it up and pull the phone out and keep everything in that Faraday shield.
In your opinion, if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had been secured in the way you just described, would it have GPS data from 6/7?
It likely would have.
Can we show what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 278? Can we show what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 278, please? And can we see the top of the screen? Sir, do you know what the little arrow in the top left of the phone screen is?
Yeah, that's the locations. I'm sorry. That's a location services arrow.
And I probably should have asked first, this was admitted as a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone in the lab before the extraction. Have you seen this before? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I have.
And again, that arrow indicates?
Yes, that location services are active on the device, even though the phone's in airplane mode.
Does that mean that right there in the lab it's writing GPS data?
Yes.
You can take that down. I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 156. I'll ask you if you recognize that.
I do. This is Alex Murdaugh's steps and Maggie Murdaugh's steps from the Apple Health data.
Your Honor, I would offer, I believe without objection, Defendant's Exhibit 156 into evidence.
No judgment.
Submitted.
Pull up, it's the Apple. I want to just ask you to explain what some of these terms are. How does, and obviously from the title, this is out in Murdaugh's phone. How does the phone come up with that steps number?
So there are accelerometers.
Mike,
I'm
a
sorry.
little closer, please.
I hope I sit up a little further. There's accelerometers inside the device. So whenever the phone is jostled or moved and there's the accelerometers move, then that accelerometer data logs a step. So independent upon where the device is, if it's on your waist or in your pocket or you're holding it in your hand when you're walking, that movement of the accelerometer indicates those steps.
And what does, how does it come up with the distance that corresponds with those steps?
It uses the satellite's GPS.
And what does the start and stop times, what do they mean?
So in the Apple Steps or Apple Health data here, you see, for instance, entry 26, that the between the times of 7:55:32 and 8:05:07, that 270 steps were taken during that time period.
Okay. Now, do we know when in that time period the steps occurred?
We know that the steps or the logging of those steps started at 7:55 and 32 seconds, but whether we don't know each individual step, when each individual step took place. We just know that sometime during that time frame, those 270 steps were taken.
And between the steps numbers and the distance, do you have an opinion on which one is maybe more accurate?
In my opinion, the steps are going to be more accurate.
Why is that?
Because of the accelerometer and the hardware in the phone, they're more accurate.
Does that mean that the distance is not useful information?
It doesn't mean that the distance isn't useful information. I think the totality of everything altogether is what we have to look at here.
Go to the second page. And is this the same thing for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
It is.
Before we get into time, just some other things to cover. There's been a lot of talk so far about orientation changes. You can take that down, that exhibit. What is an orientation change on an iPhone?
So an iPhone has two orientations. It has a portrait or up and down, or a landscape, which is horizontal or sideways. And whenever the device is backlit, that's when the orientation change will log and show. Now, we're not specifically talking about like a phone. If you physically take the phone and you turn it like this, we're not talking about the physical.
I'm going to just interrupt a second. I know they don't let you have a phone, but since you're gesturing,
thank you.
There's a phone that might.
So what we're talking about is not the physical positioning of the phone, but the orientation of the data that you're reading on the device, that orientation change.
And what do the start and end times mean for an orientation change?
So when a orientation change is made, a start time is logged. That's the start time of the orientation change that you're seeing on the device itself.
And for Maggie's phone, what was the last orientation change? When was that?
I believe that was 9:06 and 12 seconds p.m. on 6/7.
And when did that one end or complete?
I believe that was 9:06 and 20 seconds.
And when it completed, what was the orientation of the phone for the rest of the time?
It was in portrait mode.
Okay. If the screen is off, can an orientation change occur?
If the screen is off, no, the orientation change can't occur.
If the orientation change happens in the database at the exact moment the screen comes on, does that tell you anything?
When I see that, when I see a orientation change at the exact time that the screen is lit up, if the device was in horizontal or landscape mode and then moved into portrait mode and the screen comes on, then all of a sudden the exact same time it changes into portrait mode. To me, that indicates that the phone was in a portrait mode position, and then the screen comes on, and then the orientation change takes place inside the phone.
So does that mean that movement when the screen is off can appear as an orientation change when the screen comes on?
When the screen comes on, yes. When the screen's backlit, that's when the orientation change. It cannot make an orientation change unless the back screen's lit.
So kind of moving on then to, we've talked about orientation changes and they don't happen when the screen is off, as you said. Can motion of the phone turn on the screen?
Yes. Very little motion can turn on a screen.
And what is the raise to wake feature on that?
So the Apple has a raise to wake feature that's set by default. Currently this phone, and unfortunately you can't see there.
Well, could you, if the court's permission, could you come down to show the jury?
Currently the phone is off. Now it's on. See that small movement. Can I put it right here? No? Okay. The slight raising of the phone will indicate. So when the phone's here, if you raise the phone, it raises the weight. So if you raise the phone like that, if the phone's flipped over, and flip the phone back over, it wakes up. If you move the phone from this mode to here, the phone comes on. So that's the raise the wake function.
And was this feature turned on Maggie Murdaugh's phone on June 7th?
By all indications on the database, there were that it was there. Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was covered by law enforcement on 6/8?
I am.
And have you reviewed the recently received GPS data for Alex Murdaugh's Suburban when it was passing that location?
I did.
Okay. So do you know when the Suburban passed the location of the phone?
When it was leaving the house where the crimes took place, it was around 9:08 when it was passing the location where that phone was located. And then on the return trip back, it was 9:59, I believe 19 seconds.
Was Maggie Murdaugh's phone screen off during those times?
Yes.
Now, you're just here as a cell phone expert, right?
That's correct.
So can you offer any expert opinion on how a phone would tumble or bounce or move when thrown from a car going 40 plus miles an hour, into the brush in the side of a country road?
No, there's just too many variables, and I'm not an expert on physics. So.
Can you tell us how much motion would be required for the screen to come on a phone?
Very little. Just reaching and picking this phone up like I just did there, the phone comes on. So very little.
Okay. And again, in the times that Alex Murdaugh's car was passing, the screen never came on.
That's correct. The database indicated it was off.
Turn to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. Show you what's been marked as defendant's 158. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a PowerPoint presentation printed off that you put together, but it's based off of the knowledge seed database data that
and to be clear, I typed it into PowerPoint. Have you reviewed every slide in that presentation?
I have.
Have you verified the data on every slide?
I have.
And you've confirmed independently the data on every slide?
Yes.
Objection?
No objection.
Your Honor, I would offer, it's been marked as defendants 158 into evidence. So I'm going to go through this. No, don't zoom the screen. So we're looking at just a very short period of time, right? Can you describe the time period we're looking at?
Yes, this is on June 7th, from 8:49 p.m. until 9:07 p.m.
All right, so we're going to go through here and just see exactly what was happening with her phone on that time. So it's the next slide, please. What's happening here?
At 8:49:26.
You can pull the mic closer, please.
Sorry. At 8:49:26, that's the last text message that was read by Maggie. It was indicated read on the device.
Next.
At 8:49:28, the backlight goes off.
And what does that mean?
That means that
the
screen's dark. Yeah, sorry.
And next.
At 8:49:31, the phone locks and it remains locked until it's recovered by law enforcement the next day.
Next.
At 8:53:08, the backlight comes back on. The phone's eliminated.
And next.
And 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts.
Next.
At 8:53:15, that's when the phone began logging the 59 steps.
Next.
And
it's on the screen. And
yep, sorry. And at 8:53:20, there's Siri usage. This was indicated in the Knowledge C database, and that can be done by squeezing the side button, holding on to it for a short period of time, and Siri activates at that point.
Okay, so this is a user interface, you know.
Yes, so yeah, it actually shows up as Siri UI, so it's a Siri user interface.
Next.
At 8:53:24, the orientation to portrait completes.
Next.
At 8:53:28, the backlight goes off again, so the phone's dark.
Next.
At 8:53:32, the backlight comes back on the phone and eliminates.
Next.
At 8:53:44, the backlight goes off again.
Do you have any opinion about why it just popped on and off like that?
I mean, there were no indications in the Knowledge C database that any notifications came in or anything of that nature. The only thing I could think would be that the phone were jostled or lifted or somehow the light came on.
And next.
At 8:54:32, the backlight comes on.
Next.
At 8:54:34, there's an entry in the Knowledge C database about the camera usage. Camera starts. So in that, there are in that database, and if you don't mind, I'll kind of expand on this. In that database, the Knowledge C database is comprised of tables and rows and columns. And in that database, on that specific item where the camera was, there is another column that is called the Z structured metadata. And so if I follow the camera under the value string there indicating that the camera was activated, if I follow that line all the way across to where that structured database is, structured metadata is in that table, I'll get a PK number, a primary key number. That number was 571. In the Knowledge C database, there's another table within the Knowledge C database called Z structured metadata. So if I go to that table, because I found that number under the Z structured metadata column, if I go to that specific table in the database and look for that primary key 571, and I scroll all the way out to the end, I'll see a description of what that 571 is. And in that case, here, it was com.apple.springboard.lockscreen.scroll, which would indicate that it was a camera function on the lock screen, and that when you press that button in the bottom right corner of the phone that has the little camera indication, it'll scroll over to a camera, or you can swipe over from the left and then it indicates that there's a camera there.
So was this some sort of attempt by the phone on its own at Face ID?
It didn't indicate that it was a Face ID at all. It indicated that it was a camera.
And by indicated cameras, did it indicate that someone was, a person using the phone activated the camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
At 8:54 and 35 seconds, the camera use ends.
Okay. And keeping in mind the time stamp, go to the next slide.
At 8:54 and 40 seconds, the orientation to landscape starts.
Okay. And so how long was that since the camera usage?
About 5 seconds since it ended.
Next slide.
And then at 8:54 and 44 seconds, the orientation to landscape ends.
And next.
At 8:55 and 4 seconds, the backlight turns off and the orientation to portrait starts.
Now, what's happening on this one? What's happening here?
Yep. So right here, the phone was previously in landscape mode, and it settled in at that landscape mode at 8:44 seconds. The backlight went off at 8:55 and 4 seconds. At that same time, the orientation of portrait starts, and that's this is indicative of what I was talking about earlier. When you rotate the phone while it's in the screen's not lit, and then the screen comes on, and the orientation changes once the screen pops on. It'll flip over to wherever camera or wherever the phone is turned to. At this time, orientation to portrait ends at that time, and the orientation to the landscape starts at that time. So that's exactly what I was talking about. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
I'm going to kind of emphasize this. Could we go back 4 slides? All right. So when the camera use ends here, 8:54:35, going forward, one slide, we have an orientation change.
That's correct. To the landscape starts, yes. Orientation to the landscape ends at 44 seconds after.
And then the next slide. So now that the screen has gone off, how long has it been since the camera use?
Let me go back in my. So it's 8:55 and 04. Since the camera use ended at 8:54 and 35, and then the backlight goes off at 8:55 and 4 seconds. So, what is that, a minute?
Is that 29 seconds?
I mean, hang on, sorry. Yeah, it's 29. I apologize. My math was terrible, wasn't it? Yes.
And then going forward, so what we had in that 29 seconds was an orientation change, and then the screen goes off.
Right, that's correct. Where are we going with it now? It just flipped the slide on me.
All right, so let's go back to the slide that's timestamped 8:55:32. Is this where we left off?
That's where we left off, yes. So here, the backlight's on, the orientation to portrait ends, and then the orientation to landscape starts immediately when the backlight comes back up on the phone. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
And the next slide, 4 seconds later.
4 seconds later, the backlight's back off again.
Okay. Now we'll go kind of quickly here. The next slide comes on.
9:03, the backlight's on. At 9:04 and 23, we have a missed call from Alex that starts. At 9:04 and 23, the backlight goes off.
But now let's go back to the previous slide.
One more.
The backlight went off at the exact same time that a call came in from Alex Murdaugh.
That's correct, yes.
And now the next slide.
And then we have a missed call from Alex that ends.
That's the
at
call
9.
we just saw, right, ending.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on why the screen light would go off pretty much right when a call comes in?
The only thing that I could figure is when the phone came in, or excuse me, the call came in, that the person hit the side button to to turn it off and then put it down or flip the phone over.
Do you
And
know
the
of
backlight
anything on
goes
the
off.
phone that would cause the screen to go off right when a call comes in and stay off during the call that does not involve human interaction with the phone?
No, I don't.
I'll go to the next slide.
9:05 and 44 seconds, the backlight comes back on. And at 9:06 and 12 seconds, orientation change to portrait begins.
Okay. And the next one, and we'll stop on that.
At 9:06 and 14 seconds, there's an incoming call from Alex that starts at that time.
And then the next one.
And then the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 18 seconds.
And the next slide.
And then we have an orientation change to portrait ends at 9:06 and 20
And
seconds.
stopping here, that call we just saw coming in from Alex, that was sandwiched within this orientation change.
That's correct, yes. It was in between them.
And next slide.
9:06:52, we have another incoming call from Alex that starts.
And the next one.
And then it ends, the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 59 seconds.
Now the last slide.
At 9:07, the backlight goes off and it remains off until 9:31 and 44 seconds.
Okay. And do you know from your review of the GM GPS data where the Alex Murdaugh Suburban was at 9:07?
Yes, at 9:07, he was like traveling from the house, or from his home to the house in, I forget the name of the city.
Like right, precisely at 9:07, where was he at that moment?
The 9:07 would be the driveway, I believe.
Right, the driveway.
Yes.
And Maggie's phone, the screen did not come on again until 9:31?
That's correct.
And just one more time, how much motion does it take to turn the screen?
Very little. I mean, just the slightest lift of the phone turns the screen on.
The court's indulgent. Please answer any questions from the state. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
And before that,
Don't forget your phone.
Conrad?
Please, Lord. Mr. Sturgis, how you doing today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Conrad. I'm well, thank you.
I believe at the beginning of your testimony, you testified that you felt it likely there was some location data stored on Maggie's phone from June 7th that potentially was overwritten. Did I understand that correctly?
I said that there was data that was on the phone from June 8th, and that, correction, June 9th, and that data likely could have been on there had it been preserved properly.
And explain to the jury just real quick, how does an iPhone store that GPS information? In generic terms, and then if I need to get more specific, I will.
Sure. So the iPhone keeps that data, and it uses the GPS location, the GPS satellite, triangulates with the GPS satellites, and it stores that data.
Right. And does it store it in a sort of cache?
It does.
All right.
It is a cache.
And when it comes to iOS, as opposed to, say, a standard hard drive, iOS keeps certain databases caches fairly limited, correct? And
That's
it doesn't
correct.
allow them to access the entire memory available on a device at any given point, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And do you know, or at least in your training or your investigation, have you been able to determine just how big a typical cache is, at least would have been for Maggie's phone during this time?
No, I didn't research that. No.
Okay.
No, I didn't research that, no.
Okay, so you don't know how long Maggie's phone would have potentially stored GPS information at this during 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
No.
All right. And just so I understand correctly, you agree that a iPhone will not record an orientation change if the screen is off, correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So I believe Mr. Barber handed you his phone to kind of demonstrate this lift to weight thing, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know what model iPhone Mr. Barber has? Did you look at it?
Don't know exactly which iPhone he has.
Okay. And do you know what version of iOS is on Mr. Barber's phone?
I do not know.
And Apple updates its iOS fairly frequently, correct?
They do, yes.
Do you know, at least, we don't know what's on Mr. Barber's phone, but do you know what the current release version is today?
It's 16 point something.
Okay. Yeah. Do you know in your review of Maggie's phone what version was on Maggie's phone on June 7th of 2021?
I believe that was 14 point something.
I'm sorry.
I think it was 14.6 if I'm not mistaken. It was somewhere in the 14 range.
Are you aware that in some of these iOS updates, some of these sensitivities and some of these settings can change, correct?
Depending on bug fixes and things, yes.
And are you aware of a change that occurred in iOS 15 that changed how iPhones record orientation changes, or when they record orientation changes?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Okay. Can we go back to I forget, let's see, the PowerPoint? What exhibit was that? I believe it was it 155? Was there two? I just was aware of one. You 158? For this witness. This one. And this doesn't have slide number, so bear with me. But first of all, before we talk about Maggie real quick, you did review Paul's phone to a certain degree, correct?
To a certain extent, yes.
All right. And do you recall from your review of Paul's phone when the last time his phone was unlocked on June 7th of 2021?
I don't recall, no, I'm sorry.
And we can find the state's exhibit if we need to, but would you disagree if I told you it was 8:49 p.m. or shortly thereafter?
If that's what's in the state's exhibit, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. And I believe one of your first slides here is that Maggie's phone locked. Let's see, go to 1, 2, 3 slides. One more. All right, back one, I'm sorry. 8:49:31, and in your review of Maggie's phone found that her phone was locked at 8:49:31, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it was not unlocked until when, the next day?
The next day, that's correct.
All right, and that's when it was recovered by law enforcement?
By law enforcement, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you review Alex's? You said you reviewed Alex's phone to a certain degree too. I think you said the steps, right?
The steps, yes.
And in your review, did you find any steps on his phone between 8:09 and 9:02 p.m.?
Let me go back and take a look at that. (8:09) and 9:02 p.m.
Correct.
Correct. No, I don't recall seeing that. I'm seeing the stuff in the knowledge C here.
Okay. All right. But Maggie's phone's locked at 8:49:31, and it does not unlock till the next day, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Paul's locks for the last time around the same time, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Paul's phone, in your review, to recall what time the battery died on his phone?
I don't recall, no, sir.
Would you dispute me if I said, and we can find the exhibit if we need to, his phone shut down at about 10:34 p.m.?
If that's what's in the report, I don't dispute it, no, sir.
And would you agree with me if I said that Paul's phone locking at 8:49 and remaining on until 10:34, first of all, it's about, what, hour and a half or so?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know his battery state when his phone locked at 8:49 p.m.?
It was in low power mode.
So it was less than 10%, 2%, something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me when the fact that his phone remained on until 10:34 be indicative that it wasn't really handled much at all or used at all?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any other evidence of any usage on Paul's phone after 8:49 that you can recall?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when I say use, just so it's clear between us, I mean either answering a call, making a call, reading a text, sending a text,
Right.
Orientation change.
And no user interaction with it.
All right. And so let's talk a little bit about the orientation change for a minute. So would you agree that the most likely reason for an orientation change is human interaction, meaning humans using the phone?
Yes.
All right. Are there any other possible explanations when you see an orientation change, or any other explanations that you, in your opinion, that could explain an orientation change?
Only if a phone, was in one position, lit up, fell off, and landed in another position.
Okay.
But no.
And when you see a series of orientation changes, 30 seconds or a minute between each orientation change, it'd be difficult to explain that by a phone just kept falling on its own, correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
If you see a series of 3 orientation changes, just speaking hypothetically for a moment, if you see a series of 3 orientation changes, say 30 seconds separate them or thereabouts, or a minute separate them, could you explain that? Would it be very likely that a series of falls cause those orientation changes?
It depends on how many falls it was making, but being jostled around in a pocket and the light on, being turned, if it's in a person's hand, being turned back and forth, and that would be the only thing I could indicate with an orientation change.
Okay. All right. Can we pull that slideshow back up, please? Let's see. Let's go forward 1, 2. Let's see. Okay, 8:53:15. There you go. And this is when Maggie's phone starts showing some steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you would agree that the most likely explanation for this is the phone is moving in some manner, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those accelerometers are recording, or the bounces are jostling, that would most likely be explained by steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, you can't tell us who's carrying that phone at this time, can you?
No.
All right, next slide. All right, and so at this 8:53:20, you say there's some Siri usage and a squeezing of the side button. And let's just, is that the only explanation of why you'd see the Siri pop up on a phone, is squeezing the side button, or are there other possibilities?
There's another possibility of her saying, hey Siri, and then that happens because it's a Siri user interface.
Okay, so there could be another explanation, but it's most likely someone squeezing the side button saying,
could be the
hey,
side
Siri.
button saying, hey Siri, but it's a user interface with it.
Okay. All right. Go to next slide, please. Actually, let's go to 8:54:34, please. Should be one more. One more. There we go. All right, and here you say the camera gets activated, correct?
That's correct.
And you think the most likely explanation is somebody swiped the camera symbol on a locked phone, correct?
Right, either swipe the camera or touch the bottom button because it's coming from the springboard lock screen.
Okay, we say bottom button. Which button?
If you're looking at an iPhone and well, my most recent iOS, I think it's 16 point something, in the bottom right corner, there's a button that you can touch and hold and the camera comes on. But when that happens, it comes over from the left and the camera scrolls over.
Okay. And then next slide. And then 8:54:35. This is 1 second later. The camera use ends. Correct.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so, in your opinion, based off the fact that that was used for a total 1 second, do you think that was someone intending to actually use the camera and take a picture?
I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't think so. I mean, that's just a.
But the camera's
1
only
second.
open for a second, correct?
Right. They couldn't have taken a picture in a second.
All right. All right, 8:55:32. Okay. And we see the orientation change here at 8:55:32. Next slide. And the backlight goes off at 8:55:36, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
We'll go to the next slide. And the backlight's back on 9:03:52. So that's roughly, how long is that? Would you, 8 minutes? I don't know if I'm gonna make you do math, but.
Yeah, about that, yes.
And so the screen's off for that 8 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
And so, would you agree with me? It does seem likely someone's handling that phone Maggie's phone between 8:53 and 8:55, correct?
Yes.
All right. We see orientation changes. We see the potential button being pushed. Someone's got that phone in their hand, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell us who, correct?
No, I can't.
All right. And then at 8:55:32, we see kind of an 8-minute gap in activity, correct? Between
Yes.
8:55 and 9:03, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if somebody put that phone down.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Whoever had it, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell us where they put that phone down, right?
No, sir, I can't.
Could they put it in a vehicle,
That's very possible. I don't know.
a golf cart?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go to 9:04:23. Yep. All right. And we see this incoming call from Alex. You
Yes.
said the screen turns off almost immediately, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your opinion, you think somebody actually hit the button to turn
Somebody
the screen
shut
off,
the screen
correct?
off, yes.
Okay. But the screen comes back on in 9:05:44, if we can go to that slide, correct?
Yes.
And then 9:06:12, we see an orientation change, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And 2 seconds later, we see what? Next slide, please. What is this? What is
That's
this
an
indicate?
incoming call from Alex.
Okay. 2 seconds after the orientation change starts, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then go to 9:07. Okay. And the screen goes off at 9:07, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And stays off for, what, roughly 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you just testified with Mr. Barber that Alex's car was sitting just outside his house, correct?
That's according to the documents that I reviewed. Yes.
And I don't know if you have this information in front of you, but did you determine when that GPS data shows his vehicle start to move?
Yes,
after 9:07.
Oh, after 9:07?
Well, first of all, is his vehicle stationary at 9:07?
No, it's in the driveway at 9:07, but it's starts at the house at 9:06 and 52 seconds p.m.
When do you start to see motion? Or do you
9:06 and 52 seconds is where I start to see the motion there.
Okay. And 8 seconds later is when Maggie's screen turns off?
Yes.
For 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you agree that iPhone, at least with version 14.6, when the screen's off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And you agree with me that you don't know what version iOS that Mr. Barber had on his phone that you just did that demonstration?
That's correct.
Did you conduct any tests with the phone with 14.6 to see what movement can cause it to, or what can cause that the screen to come on?
I don't have any 14.6 phones.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Okay, Mr. Sturgis, you were asked about iOS version 15 and a change in orientation behavior. Is the raise to wake feature something distinct from orientation behavior?
No, the raised awake is a separate from orientation behavior. Raised awake's a separate application within.
Is raised awake the feature that causes the phone to come on with slight movement?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the raised awake feature that you've already testified was active on Maggie Murdaugh's phone works any different than any iPhone today?
I have no evidence to prove that, no.
And again, you can refer to your notes. When Alex Murdaugh's SUV passed the location where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered, the side of the road, was the screen off?
The screen was off, yes.
It was off as he approached it?
Yes.
And again, how much movement does it take to turn the screen on?
Very little movement.
And this is a separate issue from orientation changes?
That's correct.
But we're talking about, are we talking about movement activating the screen?
That's correct, yes.
Are we talking about the screen being sideways or up?
No, we're not talking about the orientation. We're talking about the actual raised awake function on the phone.
The camera usage, and in fact, no picture was taken that you're aware of.
Right, that's correct. I didn't see any photographs there for that time.
But is it your opinion, what is your opinion about whether someone deliberately activated that camera?
I mean, they could have. They could have been an accident. I don't know. I don't know what the person could have been doing, but it was a user interaction with the device.
And there was talk about phones falling to change orientation. Can a phone change orientation without actually falling?
No, I mean, there has to be some type of movement for the phone from portrait to landscape.
Right, but you don't have to drop the phone?
No.
So
if it's sitting upright, I mean, if it's sitting on its side, I can flip it this way and the orientation changes.
If somebody's running with a phone, can it change orientation?
Yes. Those are user events that can cause that.
Can we pull up what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit 45? This is, as I just said, previously admitted. Do you recognize this as GPS data in a cache database?
This looks like a yes, cache for the ZRT cell location database. Yes.
And what's the timestamp for the first entry?
It's 6/9/21 at 2:51 and 21 seconds p.m.
In your opinion, would it be fair to say that if this phone had been extracted or put in a Faraday bag a couple of days earlier, we would have GPS data from 6/7?
In my opinion, it's likely that we could.
We put up the step data exhibit. Sorry? The Apple step data exhibit. Okay, we previously talked about this, Alex Murdaugh's steps. Between entries 27 and 28, you see those time periods? Just want to remember that and go to the next page. Here we have Maggie's steps. Are there any steps, periods of steps that correspond between Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh?
No, I don't see any.
So there's no period where both phones are stepping in the same period?
No.
Okay. And if we stay on this one, if we look at entries 5 and 6, the distance is almost identical, 31 meters.
Yes, it is.
Are the steps different?
The steps are different.
Is that a significant difference?
Not a significant difference for the 5 and 6, no.
So 59 versus 43, so is that 16, it took 16 more steps to go the same distance?
Yes.
So does that indicate shorter steps?
Shorter steps, yes.
Okay, just the final question is to emphasize here. You can't tell us what a phone would do tossed out a window. That's not your expertise.
No, I can't.
But you can tell us how much motion it takes to turn on the screen.
Yes, very little motion.
And you've
Turn the screen
demonstrated
on.
that.
Several times, yes.
And that feature of the iPhone was active on her phone.
Yes.
And it is totally separate from orientation behavior.
That's correct, it is.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Just a couple of things, Your Honor. You said you reviewed Paul's phone. Did you review the video that's been called the kennel video in this case?
Yes, I have seen the video.
And did you have any information that would lead you to disagree that that video was recorded at 8:44, about 55 seconds on the night of June 7th?
No, I don't have anything.
And the location data, would you agree the location data for that video was recorded at the kennels on the Murdaugh property at Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Barber was talking to you about steps data. Just so it's clear to the jury, and I'm going to speak in hypotheticals here for a second, but if you see the iPhone record steps over an interval of about 5 minutes, for example, it records a certain number of steps over that 5 minutes. Okay. Does that mean, is that phone trying to tell you that someone's uniformly walking at an exact pace that keeps them moving over that entire 5 minutes?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. They could stop at some point in the middle of that, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And so they could stop and pick something up in the middle of a period showing steps, correct?
That's correct. It's just the steps between those two times.
All right. So you can't testify, you can't tell us if between, pull up the steps exhibit real quick. Next slide. All right. And looking at entry 28 on Alex's phone.
Entry what, I'm sorry?
28.
28?
Yep.
Okay.
And between 902 and 906, we see, what, 283 steps, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And you can't tell us if his phone stopped at any point between those.
No.
What's
no,
that, roughly 4 minutes or a little over 4 minutes?
No, just 283 steps between those two times.
So he could have walked 200 of those steps in the first 2 minutes and then only slowed down for the rest of the 2 minutes, correct? Or it could have been vice versa.
Yes.
Or he could have stopped for an entire minute somewhere in there. You can't tell us any different, correct?
It'd be unlikely to stop for an entire minute. I think if you stop for that long of a period of time, a new entry would be made. But
do you know, is there a cutoff for iOS that would?
I think that just based off of what I'm seeing here, I mean, for instance, entry 29 and 30, you have about a 3-minute gap there, and
okay.
Yeah.
So maybe if he stopped for a minute, it would have started a new entry?
It could have. It
But
could
if he
have.
had stopped for a shorter period of time, you wouldn't necessarily have, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. And finally, Mr. Barber has asked you about distance, and I think I want to make sure I understood you correctly. I think you testified that you would consider the actual steps count to be more accurate than the distance. Is that correct?
would, yes.
Have you found any research or studies that has measured or the accuracy of steps or distance in iOS devices?
I have, yeah, and for instance, I've had cases where the step count and the GPS data is different sometimes.
Okay.
Yes.
And in your opinion, the steps count is probably more the most accurate?
In my opinion, yeah, the steps
Okay.
count is more accurate.
Okay.
You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. We resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Please do not Please do not discuss the case. Anything further on this day?
Stay, Your Honor.
Nothing with the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow.